Yeah. Don't you dare sell yourself short.
Okay, the time is 7 o'clock. I want to welcome everybody. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll go ahead and open the Community Development Agency meeting and call it to order. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we'll have a roll call.
Please vote for roll call. Councilmember Jensen, it did not. Thank you.
Wrong button, I guess.
8 council members are present, Mayor.
Okay. Motion 1 on the agenda is a motion to forward the redevelopment plan and occupation tax request for Fremont Mall to planning and zoning for the purposes of holding a public hearing on the plan and making a recommendation regarding the plan. So at this time, we'll have staff report.
Mr. Mayor, Jody Sanders, City Administrator. We have Brian Riley here from the a representative for the mall to bring this item forward.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, Brian Riley, DP Management. We represent the owners of the mall. And so as you can see, what we're asking for is to have this plan sent to planning and zoning for a hearing to be able to discuss it in greater detail. And I'm happy to answer any questions or describe anything you need.
Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Councilman Vaughn?
I guess the glaringly obvious one is the lack of Hy-Vee's participation in this occupation tax. I can understand them maybe wanting to negotiate a lower rate, but to be completely exempt just doesn't quite seem right to the other tenants at the mall. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually, I've come to be at peace with that. I've thought about it a great deal because everybody has to be able to eat, and to put an additional tax on a grocery store that's already there, that's one thing. We all have a choice as to whether or not we want to go buy, a football at Dunham's or, a Husker shirt or something like that. But we all have to eat. So them being excluded, I think is to some extent understandable.
Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I was just going to speak to that point a little bit too. I mean, they're right there where they are at. We've got the low income towers just off to the north from there. And a lot of those people aren't driving, and that's where they have to go to get their groceries. And if that's if this goes forward at all, I'd go forward without them would make more sense to me also.
Okay. Councilwoman Ganem?
No, just curious, why would you add Raising Cane's? They already pay extra taxes.
Raising Cane's is again kind of more of a discretionary income. I know that because my daughter eats there all the time. So if I don't choose to give her an allowance, she's going to eat what mom serves her. So I think that's a little bit of a different dynamic.
Question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Another question is, I know the idea is to bring so many more employees to the mall. Would that exclude the company that's already coming to the mall? Big Lots is what I understand is coming. Or are you including that in the group that's already, that's going to be part of the employees?
It's a good question. So as I understand it, their employees will be included. However, one of the reasons we're here again so anxiously is because we also have another large tenant that we want to bring, and that would add significantly more jobs.
Councilman Vaughn.
I'm still a little stuck on the Hy-Vee thing, and I understand nobody wants to add to anybody's grocery bills right about now.
I understand.
But it does sound like there was some back and forth and some negotiation, which maybe you were ultimately unsuccessful in getting them locked into anything. Do you think that there's any hope for a 0.25 or a half percentage?
I don't think so. And I mean, I appreciate the question. Hy-Vee originally, when they rejected it, was in Hy-Vee's interest thinking that way. But the more I think about it, there isn't that much taxable value to what they sell relative to, I mean, Dunham's has added $6.5 million of sales to this community. That's there's going to be a big chunk of tax on Dunham's. Hy-Vee's taxable sales, I mean, most of what they sell is groceries. You might be able to add it to pharmaceuticals that are sold there. But again, I mean, that's like groceries. I actually, in thinking about it, have come to peace with the fact that, maybe Hy-Vee is probably better off not being taxed in terms of what's best for the community. So, I kind of keep coming back to, at first, yes, Hy-Vee rejected it. But in hindsight, I think probably there's some merit to at least accepting that. And I have resigned myself to that.
So one last question in that regard. Are the other tenants aware of the fact that Hy-Vee will be exempt?
Yes, that was clear from the beginning when we were here a couple of years ago.
And any major dissension amongst the ranks there?
Not that I'm aware of. I think nobody really wants more taxes. But at the end of the day, what I can see in what we're seeing at the mall is that since we've brought in Dunham's, I've seen sales trends go up at to my knowledge, all the stores. I can't think of any that have gone down.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Sukram.
Yeah, you were referring to Dunham's.
Yes.
So when they came in, did they pay for the updates and everything to where they're at now, the space?
No, the landlord did.
Landlord did?
Yeah.
Okay. That was one of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Well, any comments from the public on this item? Okay. Is there any additional comments from council? And just to make everybody, this is a motion to forward this plan to the planning commission for the purposes of holding a public hearing. So this will eventually come back to us if this moves forward. Okay, Councilman Jensen.
Just to Councilman Sukram's point, I was on council when Dunham's came in, and there was a request at that time. They want to do basically the same thing. I think at that time it was 1%. They wanted 1%. It was flat rejected. Dunham's came anyway. So that's just for point. But if there's no other comment, I will make the motion to move this on to the planning commission.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn,
I will go ahead and second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Okay, take a motion to adjourn the Community Development Agency meeting. Councilman Sukram,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Von Baron,
I'll second it.
okay, cast your votes to adjourn.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. I'll now open up the city council regular meeting. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we'll have roll call.
Please vote for roll call. Eight council members are present, Mayor.
Okay, Next is mayor's comments. Tonight, I would like to recognize a couple of organizations that I did proclamations for recently and the impact that they have in the Fremont community. First, I'd just like to recognize Habitat for Humanity here in Fremont. On March 10th, I proclaimed Fremont Habitat for Humanity Day. They celebrated 30 years here in the community, have helped assist in building over 90 homes. I have a home store that serves a critical need here in Fremont. And so we were able to go out to their home store and proclaim that. And I just want to thank Habitat for Humanity and the work that they do in Fremont. Yesterday, I was able to be at the school board meeting and officially proclaim Fremont Public School Foundation Day. And the foundation is celebrating 20 years within the community. They've helped raise over $1 million towards public education and the work being done in our schools. And we all know that quality schools and good schools are extremely important to our community. And so I guess I want to thank the Fremont Public School Foundation, their board, and all the work that they do to assist in that, as well as Habitat for Humanity. And I'll just say that we really do have a giving community here in Fremont. A lot of great nonprofits that do amazing work. And so these are just two examples, but we really are blessed in Fremont to have a really core group of great nonprofits that are adding to our quality of life and assisting the critical needs that we have. So just wanted to mention that tonight. All right, we'll move on to item 1, motion to adopt the current agenda for the March 14th, 2023 regular meeting. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 2 is getting into public hearings. Resolution 2023-050 approving the 2023 City of Fremont 1-year, 6-year street improvement plan. Again, this is a public hearing only. Council action will come back on March 28th. We'll now have staff report.
Good evening, Justin Zetterman, Public Works. So tonight, what you have before you is a draft of our 1- and 6-year plan. It includes for 2023, the projects that we're going to work towards getting completed in this calendar year. And then in the remaining 5 years out, as kind of a planning tool, other projects that we have in the pipeline that we'd like to try and figure out how to program in. Tonight, we are looking for comments from you, from the public, so we can come up with a final plan to bring before you then on March 28th. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions or comments for staff? Councilman Ellis.
Couple of questions. So it appears that we've got 5.5 million in new projects and 3.4 left over from the previous year's projects going on. So that's a total of like 8.9%, like 2.9 million. We were budgeted last year 6.2. Did we spend all that, or do we have, how are we doing on the budget as far as what this looks like?
There is adequate budget for what is there. What is shown for the projects that are being carried over, some of that money has been spent, but that will be for the fiscal year 2023. And I did this kind of for my own benefit, so I could look at the budget and make sure that we actually have the money to do this. And when you look at it as a 2-year budget instead of a single year, the money that was budgeted in fiscal year 2022 and 2023, between the two of those, there is money available to do those projects. And as I'm going through it, I believe there is a little bit more, and we can look at maybe getting a head start on design of some projects or some other smaller improvement projects that we could add to the list.
How many of these projects did we complete last year?
At the end, there's a list of the ones that we closed out officially. The others are all open and substantially complete. There's punch list items left to do. There are various things that pavement panels that may have cracked that need to be replaced, things like that.
Sure.
So it's kind of record keeping as well as for the
So-
budgeting.
So we had 6.2 million budgeted last year and we spent 1.8. Is that kind of, I'm just kind of wanting to get my head around this. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
And some of that is how the fiscal year falls.
Yeah,
So quite a bit of money was spent after October 1st in fiscal year 2023 for projects that were being worked on. Because the construction season's not over by the time we
yeah.
move into a new fiscal year. So it looks like not a lot of work was done, but in reality, most of that money that's shown there has been spent. Maybe it would be less confusing if I showed what was left, but again, I was trying to add up the numbers
Sure.
what's in the budget.
Sure. I touched base with you earlier in the week or 2 weeks ago. I do know that the BID has been looking at some parking lots getting.
Yes.
Would that come on somewhere in the 1 and 6 as a project, or would those be separately budgeted for? And
I will admit, and Dan or Jody, maybe you could help with where we would typically fund items in the BID, if that's from the street fund money or if that's from a different source.
well, I do know that the negotiations are still who pays for what, the BID or the city. But when a parking lot is going to get resurfaced or rebuilt, would that show up in this?
These are primarily street fund expenses.
Okay,
We can certainly add it in there. I think it's meant more for transportation projects, and whether or not we want to argue that is or isn't. a
so where would we
transportation project.
budget money for parking lots?
And again, I'm not sure where in the past that has
Okay.
been done from.
So we would budget for it actually in the street fund itself, but the funding would likely come from the sales tax that's apportioned for infrastructure,
And not from
gas tax,
gas
correct.
tax? Okay, okay.
Yeah, and I'm certainly happy to add them in there.
Well,
just as a
I think the
planning-
negotiations are still up, but what I wanted to do is at least get them on the list.
Absolutely.
So if we could maybe talk with the BID, I think Sam has got them lined out and kind of got numbers with it. So at least we got ballpark numbers we could put on here.
Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you. One last question. Is there any, there is no rhyme or reason to the list here as far as items. There's no, this is top priority. This is number 1. This is number 2. This is number 3.
Not specifically. As I've been starting to look at that 2023, 2020 or 2024, 2025 budget,
Yeah.
some of the ones you'll see in the out years that are more towards the top are what I'm thinking will be going on next year, Broad Street work, things like that. The improvements we agreed to with the Deers project for the turn lanes, things like that definitely will be at the high end. If there are others, some of these have been on this list
That's
for
what I
many
was
years. And
so
does
I was
that mean they're
concerned
more
about, yeah.
important than something that just came on? That's really kind of the guidance I need.
Okay, that's what I was wondering if we could, the 2 to 6 year, that's quite a ways out. And if we could at least get some idea of which ones are your top that will be coming, bubbling up. I do know there's a lot out there. So maybe in the future, we could look at adding some more little asterisks or something in here that say, these are the top ones in the 2 to 6.
Sure. If you look through in the actual details of all the individual
Oh, the
projects,
separate pages.
yeah, on most of those, I put an FY23, FY24,
Okay.
FY25 through 8.
Okay.
And that's where I was starting to do that 2-year budget
I
planning.
do appreciate those extra pages too. That gives us a lot of information on every project. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Okay, kind of piggybacking on what Councilman Alice was getting to, we certainly have a lot of projects that have been on the list for years. And there is one that we had promised that we would do. And that was, and it was on the list. Matter of fact, and it's been moved. It's been moved from a priority. And it's South Claremont and Railroad Streets improvement. That's $1,640,000. And I'm not sure what happened. Can you tell me why that's not on a priority list?
Sure. So that was in our previous 2-year budget. I cannot speak to what decisions were made as to why that didn't or wasn't programmed to be ready when I got here. But at this point, I am not able to recommend that we do this in 2023. There is some work that we need to do to get ready, but with the viaduct closed, I don't believe any more closures in that area would be a good idea. And so this year we can certainly make the effort to prepare for it. We've done surveys in the past, but we'll probably go out and update our survey information and start moving us down that path. But I don't believe that this year would be the best time to do it.
So this project was changed before you came as a priority? Or it was changed as you looked at it? And you're telling me you couldn't get it done this year?
Correct. All I know from the past is when it was put in the budget and in the capital improvement plan, and that was for this past 2-year budget cycle. Without any plans at this moment, sending it out to bid, getting it going in time to even get it built this year would be difficult because we would have work we need to get done. And even if all of those things were ready to go, it's already going to be difficult enough for the businesses and the homeowners that are in that area that are being affected by this viaduct closure, that any more closures to the street, I think would be difficult for everybody.
If it couldn't be done this year, would that be a priority for next year?
We certainly can make it a priority for next year.
I think we owe it. We made an agreement with the city and some homeowners that this would be a project that would be completed. And I think we just need to fulfill our word,
Okay. Yeah, we will.
make good on our word to that neighborhood.
Yep, we'll
Okay.
make sure on the
Thank
CIP
you.
when that comes forward, it's there.
Okay, Councilman Vaughn.
Were you constrained by any sort of budgetary limitations when you went as far as the 2 and the 6 year stuff? And what I'm ultimately getting at was there any major projects that got left off that you thought were just on the cusp and maybe are worthy of attention?
There's one I'm not allowed to mention that got left off.
I have an idea.
So obviously 23rd and Bell is and has been an issue. I think if you look at the long range transportation plan for that, their recommendation right now is we complete a study and we figure out what that needs to be. And once we know what it is, there are advantages to having it on this list. At some point, this is a wish list. I mean, we're not likely to get every single project done in that because of financial reasons. But if we're going for state money and things like that, projects need to be on this list for them to consider us for that. So widening Luther Street, that's a big number and be difficult to do that without support from the outside. But if we've got it on there, then that's a possibility we could look at.
Thank you.
Councilman Von Baron.
Just a couple. I'd like to reinforce the point about that Railroad Street project, because that was coming up at about the time that we were dealing with the flooding of the tech park. And tech park, of course, is a big deal because it affected about 500 people. But at the same time, roughly every 5-6 years on a major event, where this one, because the surrounding businesses were allowed to build up their elevations considerably above, this one has a problem with an inch of rain and mopping up water. And it's just familiar to me because we were talking about these projects at the same time. So I would definitely reinforce the comments about the Railroad Street. Second, on the 23rd Street traffic signals, does that include our famous intersection? I see is not on here, but we also talked about a designated study for the traffic lights at that intersection as well. Does that include the specific study for that intersection with all the traffic lights?
Yes, so that study will be looking at the lights on 23rd Street from Summers to Deers Parkway. And then over the next 5 years, we'll be doing improvements along that with the initial year planned for 23rd and Bell. As was requested when that contract was awarded, we've scoped it out with the consulting firm to look and see, is there a way just by manipulating the signals, something simple where we don't have to make huge road improvements? Can we improve or fix, whatever word we want to choose, the situation we have there? And so they will be looking at that as a part of it, and
For something less than 15 million.
it would there's some fancy signals. Yeah, no, that would be wonderful if
Understand.
that solution exists.
One other question, as we widen Luther and we look at 32nd Street, will property owners on both sides of those roads be paying for the improvements and the widening because of what it's going to do for property values, et cetera?
On Luther, you wouldn't likely see that. Those homes have been there for quite a while. I don't know if they contributed at all to it. It certainly could be something you'd look at as an assessment district, but it's really being done for everybody. It's
And 32nd Street, which will be that type of street, because it's rural on the north, and that's the question. But at the same time, that landowner is going to benefit significantly from having, in his values, having 32nd Street there. So it seems like there's something in the middle.
Sure, and it certainly would make more sense if we wanted to look at some sort of assessment district as we move forward with it. They would need to be agreeable to participate. If you look at most houses, there's pavement in front of them, and at some point in time, that house, somebody.
The cost of that street. Be an option to look at. I've not.
No, I understand, but would very much like to look at that. It seems like it's well worth thinking about anyway. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Lathrop.
As I recall, on that Railroad Street project, there was a business in that area that we had some difficulty getting an okay from or something, as I recall. So I'm not certain it's been totally pushed off. I think, are we still waiting on some okays and go ahead?
That is part of what's going on, is that the roadway over time has shifted out of the right of way onto the property owned by Viterra, formerly Gavilon. And it's my understanding that discussions had been going on with them for them to agree to dedicate that right of way, and things had been going well. The company was sold, and working with Jennifer in the planning department, she's been reaching out. So we're making the effort to try and get that back on track so that we can complete that part of it as well.
Okay. Councilwoman Gammon.
Going back to that issue too, I know that they keep being referred to the legal department quite often. And I wondered if legal could make a call to legal. It might make a difference.
We can certainly get back in touch with our contact and see if there's someone that we can have Travis reach out to and do that.
Okay, I'll now open the public hearing. Any comments from the public on this item?
Good evening, Susan Chagolis, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. Some comments have been made about Front Street and First Street. That actually originated prior to 2020. That can has been getting kicked down the road, and the comments made were spot on. It's time to address it. We have not only residential, but businesses that have suffered because the city turned a blind eye to adverse impact. Yes, we required to build up. Yes, it was in a flood prone area. It needed to. However, the city did not push nor allow for proper drainage of that real estate. So it brought undue impact to the surrounding properties. I can't imagine that if this was any one of you dealing with this issue, regardless if you're what ward you're in, that you would want to deal with this again and again every time there's a torrent of rain or the spring thaw with a torrent of rain. And that's what's been happening. This is a priority project. It was promised in 2020. It wasn't addressed in 2021. It was kicked down the road in 2022. And now you're being asked to, let's do other things first and we'll think about adding it. It's time to address it. These properties owners have waited long enough. And it was promised not just a year ago, but several years ago. And every year it's been asked to be put on. And now I see is towards the bottom what appears to be a priority list. And as far as land acquisitions, how many contracts have there been in order to push this forward? Have all of them been addressed, but the one that is still waiting to be contacted? Or has it been none? I think it's been zero. And that's the responsibility of your city administration. And that's also the responsibility of your legal, but also you as the council. Your priority project needs to include this area of town. It's been forgotten, it's been kicked down the road, and it's not fair to keep putting it off and say it's not our headache, it's not our fault. And it's so sad when we see that flood. We all banded together when we had the floods in 2019. And a lot of people address those issues, and a lot of you, several of you on the council now seated, as well as myself, went out to help those that were flooded. How many of us have done the same to step up when this area floods every single year? And it's within the power of you to do so. Thank you.
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I'd like to thank Mr. Zetterman for bringing a lot of information in the packet material this evening, not only for council, but for members of the public as well. So I want to applaud him for doing that. A lot of information contained in that. One of the things that I wanted to point out, I guess, is that when you look at the requirements, and Mr. Zetterman can verify all of this, I'm sure, Nebraska statute 392119 requires that we do this annual filing with the state. So we have to put something in front of the state with regards to this 1 and 6 year plan. It does say as a part of that, that Nebraska 13506 is a great part of this. And what's that? That's the biennial budget. This becomes the front end of your biennial budget process with regards to the capital spend on road projects. And that's specifically addressed in section 392121, where the filings need to be made by July 31st. Why do I say all of that? I think it's important that this pre-budget work, which is what it is done in more than just a single public hearing, or as was indicated earlier, this will come back to council on March 28th. The public gets very little opportunity to actually have a lot of constructive dialogue in those two settings, other than the 3 minutes that were afforded at this time. I strongly suggest that since we have plenty of time between when this needs to go to the state, that you use this opportunity for pre-budget work for the public to have more than this public hearing between now and the next council meeting. Setting up some sort of study session like we had on the comprehensive plan and those kinds of things where people could truly articulate the needs of the city from their perspective would be very beneficial as the front end input to the budget. I encourage you strongly to do that. Don't have to do it tonight, but setting up some sort of a special meeting to accommodate interactive dialogue with the public like we did on the comp plan would be very helpful. With regards to the breakdown of projects, I see in the 2023 timeframe, there's only $500,000 of street rehab. People of Fremont have said over and over again, we don't spend enough money on street rehab. there's money in the out years, yes, but $500,000 a year or less each year on rehab has not been keeping up with the repairs we need on our streets. The carryover projects are missing the South Claremore project. We certainly had 2022 CIP money in for this project, $1.1 million. We had money budgeted in the 23 budget, $1 million and another 900,000 in 24. And now this whole project is potentially slipping out to 25 to 28. That's just inappropriate. These people have waited a long time. It's already been articulated. And as their council representative, I worked on this for a long time, trying to help them get this resolved. And the fact that we approved contracts back in October for the land transfers to occur so that we could get started on the road rehab. And that has not yet even gotten signatures yet. And we haven't started this. And now we're telling these people that we won't do rehab till maybe 2025. It's just not acceptable. As far as the other projects that we need to work on that I saw in the 1 and 6 plan, there's some discussion about Washington Elementary sidewalks. I don't know where those are located. I would be concerned that if in fact those sidewalks are in the area where we're rebuilding the school, that might be not worth doing initially until we figure out what the school design is. With regards to the South Luther Highway, it says that the participants on either side will end up paying once you get past the 900-foot south barrier. I sort of recall that Morningside Point was given a forgiveness for all taxation with regards to the extension of South Luther all the way to Highway 8 when that was approved, and they took the money out of LB 840 for the initial. So I encourage you to check who's going to pay for that. The Washington Heights project, that $1 million, that's the viaduct replacement route that we argued for some time in the last budget cycle, as we need to do that to give those folks an alternative around the railroad tracks that hooks up to the bypass or to Highway 77. $1 million spend again being put off doesn't seem to be appropriate. And lastly, all of these projects that are related to the tech park, 32nd Street, Buckingham, Oxford, we've spent over $7 to $8 million on tech park with no chance of recovering those taxpayer dollars at the way we sell lots. Spending more money out there and putting those projects ahead of other projects in this town that need serious work, like the project on South Claremore or the street rehab, those projects need the council's attention. And I encourage you to give the opportunity to have a full discussion on that by putting together some sort of a meeting for them to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, legal handout. Take a motion to receive handout. Councilwoman Ganem,
I move to receive the handouts, please.
Councilman Von Baron,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So the handout, basically, some of
Name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, Steve Hazebrook, 925 East Fifth Street. My wife and I also own the duplex at 1711 East Cumming that you'll see in the pictures, and also the fourplex garage behind the duplex at 319 South Claremore. So the logic for the pictures, again, is a picture paints 1,000 words, right? So that will help to tell our story. Some of you have seen this already. Many of you are new council members, and this will help tell our story. We're obviously one of the landowners that's impacted by the rainwater runoff flooding that our neighborhood experiences. The city of Fremont in the past was motivated to allow dramatic impervious land changes in our neighborhood by approving and funding the changes through LB 840 lending. In our neighborhood, one business property change impacted 2.1 acres, and the other property probably 5 or more acres in the neighborhood. These changes were not studied, nor does the city have any provision for grading permits like other communities in Nebraska have to prevent these exact types of problems and damage. Our property, as well as a business, another building, and several other properties flood. Not with river flooding, not with 100-year events, not with 50-year events, not with 20-year events, not even with 5-year events. Our property takes on water with a rain as simple as 1.5 inches of rain if it comes too quickly because of all these changes that were made in our neighborhood. The problem for us started several years ago. I'm only speaking for myself. I wish some others were here, but it started for us about 7 years ago. While we are thankful for the slow progress on our project, once again, it's getting kicked down the road. And I'm getting tired of cleaning up the mess. I talked to Sally the other day and appreciate her support on this project and her work. I appreciate Brad's support and help in the past. I know Paul is aware of our problem, but it's time to get this done. I meant this as a joke to Sally yesterday. I said, I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see this project go. There's a lot of white on the top up here, and it's not getting any darker. And I meant that as a joke, but it's getting very frustrating to continually see this problem kicked down the road. There's always a new reason for this not getting done. This needs somebody's attention. It needs to be at the top of the list. 7 years is a long time. We've had this problem for 7 years. So we would ask that you keep this project as a high priority and fund it. We would ask that you get the new owners of one of the key landowners to the table and resolve whatever concerns they have. Gavilon in the past has been an excellent business partner and neighbor. I don't know about the new owner. I don't know if their attitude is going to be the same or different, but somebody needs to get them to the table. I don't know if you're sending emails and asking questions. I understand that they've had some questions and supposedly their questions have been answered. Well, then what's the problem? What are we waiting for? Somebody needs to get to the new owners, get the contract in front of them and get their signatures so that we can get this moved on. I quite frankly don't care if it's the mayor. I don't care if it's the city administrator. I don't care if it's legal, but it needs to be somebody beyond staff. Staff doesn't have the clout or the power to get this project finally done. And I'm quite frankly getting tired, and so are all of my neighbors, of cleaning up this mess every time it rains. It's getting very frustrating, as you can tell. So in my very biased opinion, the common citizens of our neighborhood have paid the price too long. And it's time for this project to get done, get that new owner to the table, find out what their problem is, get their signatures on the contracts so that we can move forward, get the road easement moved and move forward with this project so that we can, most importantly for us, is the drainage. You know, solving the drainage issue is the problem for us. And so please keep that as a top priority. Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Just wanted to confirm the Bell Street Viaduct, 3.2 million. That's quite a ways much than we had in set aside. Wasn't that like 1.7 and then?
That was the estimate that was done with last year's
Okay,
1 and 6 year plan. There was not that much money budgeted for this project.
yeah. So
There is adequate money in the budget to pay for the project,
Sure.
but it is certainly well over what was budgeted.
and then you've got another in here for the where's it at? The we're having to pay on the bond every year. Is that right?
Correct. And
It's $1 million and that's for the bypass bond. Is that right?
yes,
How many years do we have left on that?
through 2027.
$1 million a year going out of our street funds to that
Correct.
Beltline. Okay. Last question I want is, is there any bottleneck in getting more projects done? Do you guys have a certain amount of bandwidth that you can only do with your staff?
Absolutely.
You what?
Absolutely. Yeah. Right. So there are different parts of the project we can take on. For this Lincoln overlay project that will be before you later in the meeting. We did the design work. We will do the construction management. There's only so much of that we can do. So at that point, to continue to do more projects, we have to rely on consultants.
Contractors to
Hire engineering firms to design, engineering firms to
how big
manage
is
the projects.
how big is our public works department compared to other cities our size? Are we understaffed? Do we need more employees there? Do you have any open billets?
We do. The replacement for the director position is currently open.
Okay.
Once that decision is made, we'll either be at 4 people or at 5 people. At which point, if it happens to be me,
Okay.
then we would look to replace the position I was hired in as that assistant position to
Okay.
get to 5. And that would help us a lot as far as being able to manage projects in the field.
Is that how many you feel like we need? I mean, as far as, I'm just trying to get an idea of how big our department is compared to other cities our size.
To be perfectly honest, I don't know for sure how
Okay.
but with 5 people, how that would relate.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that our department does and could do more to help out other departments as well. And so just getting capital improvement projects done, if that was all we were doing, I think we'd be pretty fairly well staffed and could handle what budget we'll have available to us. But there are a lot of other things the city wants to accomplish that we get involved with, and that makes it a little more difficult. So
What are some of those other projects?
As we have the 2 main drafters on the city side, we do handle most all of the mapping work. And the city's been working on a GIS system, and we've been involved on that. A lot of those assets would fall under our control. And so we've been spending a lot of time finding those, surveying them in the field, putting them into the system. So other things like that, along with we handle stormwater permitting, construction stormwater permitting. We go out and we inspect job sites, check on silt fence, those kinds of things. We've got a post-construction stormwater that we have to do for detention and those kinds of things for other projects. So
Okay.
quite a lot of stuff we do. So
Okay. I appreciate the
sure.
honesty. Thank you very much.
Councilman Vaughn.
Mr. Zetterman, would you be opposed coming up on March 28th to have a force rank of the 2nd through 6th year projects as far as order of priority and preference? And that way we could articulate some of these long overdue projects, float to the top of the list, and we have some sort of a guideline of where we're intending to go in order?
I can certainly put something together. Any input you have, obviously, the Claremont Railroad project is a priority. If there are others, doesn't have to be tonight, leading up to that
And
meeting,
maybe
anything
it's
would
just
help.
a top 10 out of the,
Sure.
it's quite a list for the 2 to 6. Maybe give us a top 10, and then we can make sure that some of these important projects that have been left to the wayside can get handled.
Sure, I can do that.
That'd be great. Thank you. I would make a motion to approve if council didn't have
We
any
don't-
comments.
This is just the public hearing tonight. We're just getting comments. And I will speak to that. And I appreciate Mr. Zetterman, you coming tonight, just wanting comment on this. And then going back and making revisions. I also appreciate all the work you've done early on. We've got our concrete rehab contractor ready to go. We're going to have Lincoln ready to go tonight, if approved. And you've done a lot of work as a fairly new back to the city in a few months to get everything to this point. And I also know we, relinquished Broad Street, the state did to the city. So we're able to work on that. I know that in the future, that's been a major concern from a lot of folks to be able to work on Broad Street. So it's good to see that as well. And so as well as the Bell Street Viaduct. So there is a lot of work our whole city needs to do with the limited resources that we have. And we all want projects moved up and we all want those. But again, we have to look at the whole city and realizing that we have worked extremely hard on that South Claremont project. We've made more progress in that with this administration to get to where we are, to where we can have agreements in October to work with those property owners to get the right of way. There was a lot that went involved to get all that squared away. And it is a priority of the city to do this. And so I just want to make that clear that it has been a priority to get it to even this point, which has been a lot of work and a lot of effort by all the staff of the city. So we will continue to move this forward. So thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item 3 is resolution 2023-051 approving application for a Class C liquor license for Todd R. Hoppy doing business as Antunes Bar and Grill at 415 South Main Street.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We received this application from the state and from the applicant. There was a notice of this public hearing published on March 4th. There are reports from our planning department and police department providing a positive recommendation for this application. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for our clerk on this item? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion. Councilman Jensen.
If there's no additional comments, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2023-051.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 4 is resolution 2023-052 to approve a conditional use permit to expand a non-standard use at 2500 East 23rd Street for a canopy structure. So at this time, we would have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. I do have an item to hand out for this item and then for the next item. Both of these conditional use permits are substantially similar. So the issues, they're properties that are almost adjacent to each other. The request is to put canopies over the front of the car lots on 23rd Street for Sid Dillon Chevrolet and Sid Dillon Cadillac and Mazda is the next item. At the Planning Commission, we had a lot of conversation about the design of the canopy, excuse me, as well as the landscaping that the UDC currently would require to be put in for any new construction in that particular area. The Planning Commission did waive the full landscape requirement, but as you'll see in your packet, the Dillons are agreed to put in a significant amount of landscaping to help provide a buffer for the area. One of the concerns was also the design of the canopy structure and how that would look on 23rd Street. The initial proposal was to have a facade similar to the one that's on the north side on Luther Street north of Sid Dillon Chevrolet. The applicant has proposed a change in that, and that's the item that will be handed out if there's a motion to accept that.
Okay. Councilwoman Ganem.
I move that we accept the handouts for both on conditional use.
Okay. Councilwoman Lathrop.
Second.
Okay. Cast your votes to receive.
So as we went through the comprehensive planning process, one of the issues that was brought up repeatedly by the community was to have more aesthetic entryway corridors. And so that was part of the concern about the impact that these canopies might have on 23rd Street. In the past, I'd been past a car dealership in Denver that had some smaller canopies that were a lower scale. And I talked with the applicant about those those won't work in our particular climate due to the type of hail and the type of storms that we receive. I put pictures of those and then some of the larger tent-like canopies that have been used in other areas. Those other canopies have seams or gaps between the structures that would allow hail to come in and enter. So the proposal is for the canopy without the facade now, as you see in front of you. The one objection that the Planning Commission had, the one person who voted in opposition to this, voted in opposition because of the facade, and I think this addresses those questions. I'd be happy to answer any questions of the City Council.
Any questions for our planning director? Okay. Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. David Mitchell here on behalf of SCD LLC, which is the owner of the Chevy dealership, and CDLD, which is the LLC that owns the Cadillac dealership. Before I proceed, what I wanted to do was just to show you a short video clip of really the reason that we're here. And the reason that we're here dates back to June 3rd of 2014, when the Blair dealership was virtually decimated in a few minutes, over the course of just a few minutes, with one of the worst hailstorms the state, if not the country's ever seen. So if you'll.
Do we need to receive it? Okay, I'll motion to receive the video. Councilman Jensen.
Make that motion.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay. Get back to the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, so by way of clarification, this is video view of the Blair dealership that was taken by Blake Dillon immediately after the hailstorm hit on June 3rd of 2014. So I've provided you with a letter which illustrates all of the reasons behind the applications for both dealerships. Right. I just wanted to highlight a few things. Back at the time that storm happened, virtually within a few minutes, there was $18 million in damage that had been done just in that short period of time, and virtually wiped out every car that was out in that parking lot, leaving them without any inventory other than what they were able to scramble and get inside the building. That event, according to the Dillon's insurance adjusters, took Nebraska into the #1 risk category for hailstorms. and it happened in Blair, Nebraska, at the expense of the Blair dealership as well as Woodhouse, who suffered similar losses. Their insurance rates for just the car inventory went up to $30,000 to $40,000 per month per dealership, if you can imagine that. And the travesty of that is, even if they could afford to pay that, you couldn't replace the cars. If they hadn't had the other car dealerships, they wouldn't have been able to repopulate those particular dealerships. Now, you take us into a COVID-19 atmosphere today. If that happened today, you wouldn't be able to replace those cars because the dealerships are still fighting to get cars today to fully populate their parking lots. And so they went to work right away, beginning the first canopy project, which is very similar to the project that we're proposing here, was in Lincoln, Nebraska, at their South 27th Street dealership. Most of that area is covered by a canopy, and it has been since shortly after. It might have even been before the storm with respect to that one, because they had been getting hammered with hail events every year. And so they already had high insurance rates, and then it was just compounded by that particular storm. They went into Lincoln, in one of the most affluent areas, and the city of Lincoln gave the permit and they put it up. It's been wonderful. And they designed through their architect a system that would withstand high wind, high intensity weather events, with the purpose of having these here 20, 30, 50, 100 years from now, and still standing and still serving the business and the generations that will follow to run those businesses here in town. They've put in similar systems in Crete, in Blair, in Wahoo. They're just finishing up. So this is really the headquarters, so to speak, where we're finishing up the next round of canopy systems. One of the unintended results of these canopy systems has been the customer experience, because now in the wintertime, for example, just this last Saturday, I was actually at the Lincoln dealership because I drove my youngest daughter down there through that ice storm to a wedding shower and didn't want her to drive. And so I parked in the Dillon building for a few hours and did some work, but walked around under the canopy area while it was sleeting and raining. Didn't get a drop on me, and you could walk about. There's no water leaking through the roofs anywhere, no snow to scoop, no ice to scrape. And if I wanted to have gotten into a car, I wouldn't have had to worry about slipping on my tail, getting in with 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Same thing in the summer, all the cars are shaded. And so now employees as well as customers don't have to get into cars in the summer that are 120 degrees inside. They didn't think about that at the time. The main thing was protecting the inventory so they could continue doing business, and so that customers wouldn't go to other cities to buy cars every time they had a significant hail event. So we've appreciated all the work that Jennifer has put into this, and the discussion we've had as to what looks the best versus functions the best. This is the best compromise overall, a way that'll protect the cars, provide a good customer experience, and allow this company to continue doing business at all of its locations in the Nebraska area as it has in the past, with a drastically minimized risk of any calamity occurring to their inventory, particularly in the nature of hail of whatever size. So I would be happy to address any questions or concerns that you may have, but otherwise would respectfully request your support on both of these applications.
Councilman Jensen.
I just have one quick question.
Yeah.
You said that your insurance rates for this went up between $30,000 and $40,000 monthly.
Yes.
Can you tell me about what that percentage increase that was? Of what their bill was before?
I know that as a result of putting in the canopies, they've gone down by 75%. And that amount varies depending upon the inventory. So the larger dealerships with the larger inventories would have the larger amounts, and the ones with the lesser would be toward that $30,000 range. But in general, the amount of outlay each year was dramatic. And if you think about it, you lose 10 cars, that's $400,000 minimum. So you can see how those rates particularly with the propensity of bad weather events here and the propensity of those events to be much more intense, regardless of your theory on climate change or whatnot. Our storms are worse now than they have been, and they're much more frequent, and they do much more damage. And so you do the numbers there and you can see why the insurance rates were so high. Now they've come down by 75% as a result of those canopy structures. Yep. You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the public on this item? Okay, I'd take a motion to receive a document. Councilwoman Ganem,
I move we receive the documents presented.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving Street, Fremont. I don't know why you wouldn't move this forward. It's very much needed for him, and I don't have anything against it. I just would like you to consider putting in the second whereas statement, striking out what it says, and put in whereas the planning commission voted to recommend that the city council approve the waiver of the required landscaping. Because as I read the thing, I know Jennifer said before that it gives them the right, but I don't see it that way in the way the code is written. They can only approve their plan as far as being able to bring it to the city council, and the city council has the final say on whether the plan is approved or not. And it's kind of contentious at times, and I have no problem with the project and being waived. That's not a deal. It's just that the whereas statement should reflect that you're the final say so, and they're just recommending to you that it is approved.
Any additional comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Additional comments from council on this. Councilman Vaughn.
Just to address the constituents' concerns, it appears to me that in this resolution, we have a whereas statement. The planning commission granted a waiver of the required landscaping for said property. And furthermore, it explains it that voted 6-1 to recommend approval. So I feel like it's there. So that's all I have.
Okay, any additional comments? If there are no comments, I take a motion. Councilman Vaughn.
Make a motion to approve.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 5 is resolution 2023-053 to approve a conditional use permit to expand a non-standard use at 2420 East 23rd Street for a canopy structure. So this would just be at an additional location, but the same, I would say the same presentation. So the Cadillac, thank you, Cadillac dealership. I will open the public hearing. Okay, seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? Councilman Von Baron.
If there are none, I'd move to approve.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by the council? Councilman Ganem? Councilman Von Baron?
I'd like just a couple comment on 8 and 10, please.
Okay, Councilman Ellis,
6 and 12, very briefly.
okay, are there any items to be removed from staff? Okay, any items by the public to be removed?
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I'd like to have a comment on item 11, please.
There are no other items. I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 7, 9, 13, 14 through 18. Councilman Ellis. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Sukram,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 6 is a motion to approve the March 1, 2023 through March 14th, 2023 claims and authorized checks to be drawn on proper accounts. Councilman Ellis, do you want to have a question on this item?
I do. Just a couple very short ones. General fund, there's 15,500 paid to Rebecca Steele. Can you get a description on that?
Dan, Global Finance Director. Yes, I do. That one is actually a monetary property release related to a police case.
A police case?
Correct.
Okay.
Return of evidence.
Okay. And then JK Energy, $3,083.
That is for the consultant for the cost of service study for the sewer fund.
And one last one, metering and technology, $3,475.
I may have to look up here one moment, please.
53 category.
That one is for battery powered mag meters, 10-inch water meter.
And a watering system?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. If there's no other questions on this, I'd take a motion to approve the claims. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve.
Councilman Von Baron,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 8 is dispense with and approve the February 28, 2023 city council meeting minutes and February 21, 2023 special city council meeting minutes and special joint city council meeting minutes. Councilman Von Baron.
Just a comment on this one. We had a little bit of heartburn as we presented the animal control ordinance at the last meeting. I probably jumbled that up a little bit with what was said, but we tried to, as a result, the police chief, myself, Councilwoman Gannon, Brad Yerger was working with us on it. We all came away with slightly different impressions. Went back to the minutes to clarify, and it just said it was moved to continue it. So went back to the recording, and even at double speed, it takes 20 to 30 minutes, depending on where you are in the meeting, to sit there and try to get to the appropriate section. So my only request would be that we would consider writing motions as stated. It was written correctly. Yes, we would continue, but it was a 3-part motion that we all heard a little bit differently, and it would have helped greatly to have it recorded as it was made. So that's it.
Okay. Any additional comments on this item? If there's none, I'd take a motion. Councilman Von Baron.
I move to approve.
Councilman Vaughn,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 10 is resolution 2023-054, authorizing the mayor to sign form 50G, Nebraska Schedule 2, County City Sales Outlet Location Application for Corman. This is doing business as Black Label at 1755 North Bell. Go ahead.
Mayor and council, we received the application for Keno at Black Label. Submitted the information to the council. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can. I think the applicant is also here. Or
Okay,
The representative from Big Red Keno, perhaps.
okay. Councilman Von Baron.
The reason I brought this up is I'd just like to make a comment. I understand that I'll still move to approve it because I understand what it is, but there's a reminder here, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but when it comes to gambling, it's pretty well established that there's a net cost to the surrounding area anytime gambling is introduced. In fact, I looked at just to see what was current. I looked at Baylor, Georgia State, ResearchGate, National Library of Medicine, McGill University. And the one thing that they all agree on, they all disagree on the amount, but they all disagree on the fact that gambling has a net cost to the community above the whatever revenue it generates. And I just think we need to keep that in mind. Gambling is going to be more prevalent in the state because of some of the actions in the unicameral over the last couple of years. And I'll beat the horse again, but we are already considered the poorest city within our class in Nebraska, and double checked our poverty rate is about 20% higher than the average of Nebraska. So as we look at gambling or other forms of it in the future, I'd like to keep in mind the cost that goes with it.
Okay. Additional comments on this item? Are there any comments from the public on this item? Okay. Councilman Jensen.
No further comment. I'll make the motion to approve.
Councilman Sukram.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 11 is resolution 2023-056, authorizing the mayor to sign statement of work with Civic Plus for online code hosting and full service supplementation subscription.
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I only had one quick question that I wanted to ask. Hopefully I missed it in the contract, and if so, maybe legal can correct me, but I didn't see anything in here that covered the criteria of when will these amendments to our municipal code actually be affected in code. I've been rather shocked at times to find that code that council passes, which goes into effect in 15 days, doesn't find its way into municipal code for months. And so if you were attempting to do something and wanted to look at Fremont's municipal code and what its current regulations are, oftentimes if council is acted, they aren't current. I would think that there needs to be something in this contract that says, if we're going to pay you, you have to put these changes in a timely fashion, whatever that timely fashion is, but it's got to be shorter than months. And if that's not in the contract, I would urge you to make sure that clause gets inserted. Thank you.
Our clerk, do you have it?
Yeah, so right now, previously our municipal code was a PDF document that we uploaded out there. And so this was a step forward, but we entered at the very basic level of the service that they provided. And we're switching to this one, which, you know, it's a flat fee instead of a per page. But I do have a meeting with the person with Muni code, you know, to go over additional options to get the code updated on a more timely basis. It's beyond basically their like bottom line package. And so we'll see what cost that is there. And hopefully I'll come back with the council with the recommendation where we can get it done maybe once every couple months or maybe every month, depending upon the costs associated with it. I know they have services also where it's not included in the code, but it lists ordinances that have been approved. So there's a number of options there where it's not in there, but it's listed as and provides guides where, you know, this section has been updated. Make sure you refer to this other ordinance that's been approved recently. So those options are available, and I'm going to be exploring that with the vendor. So
Definitely better than a PDF document. Thank you for that. Any other comments from the public on this? Seeing none, if there's any additional comments from council, I would take a motion. Councilman Vaughn,
Motion to approve.
Councilman Sukram,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 12 is resolution 2023-057 to award contract to RCP Shelters, Inc. for Davenport Shelter and authorize the mayor to sign the Davenport Shelter contract. We do have a staff report on this, Parks and Rec Director.
Nick Hanson, Parks and Rec Director. Our staff report here, we have a Davenport shelter there on Linden that was scheduled in our CIP to be demolished and replaced. We had 2 bids that we went out with. We have RCP and Crouch that came out with bids. We went out for bids even prior before that with construction cost, and the cost was way too high for us to be able to obtain that. So when we got our shelters back, our guys will then install the shelter to get this project completed. And I'm open for any questions.
Councilman Ellis.
Yeah, my only question was this 2021 money that was used for this?
This is 21-20 CIP. So it's a CIP that we can switch our CIP projects from. So this was a CIP.
So it was on the
project.
CIP in
Yep.
2021, but we're paying with it with the budget money. That was my only
Yep.
confusion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Councilman Jensen,
If there's no other questions, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2023-057.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, moving on to unfinished business is number 19, ordinance 5639, amending chapter 6, articles 1 and 2 of the Fremont Municipal Code relating to animal control. This would be for second reading. Do we have a staff report from Chief Elliott?
Good evening, Jeff Elliott, Chief of Police. What you have before you is a revised, rewritten ordinance that addresses the dangerous dog portion of the ordinance and the appeals process, and a rewritten reckless owner portion of the ordinance. All the rest of the proposed ordinance was removed. Myself, a couple councilmen, and a citizen got together, came up with a consensus agreement. Is what you have in front of you tonight. Take any questions.
Okay, questions for Chief Elliott? Councilman Jensen.
This document as it's written, this is what you are happy with and that we need to get this go forward so we can do some of the things. I understand we need some ordinances in place to where you can do some of your work to control these animals. And this is what we need as is for now. I understand it's not everything we want, but as we need to move forward, there's going to be disagreement. Some think that it's too lax, some think that it's too strict. I understand that. That's just going to be the nature of this beast, I'm afraid.
This is a compromise agreement, and what is in there, I think, will address the dangerous dog situation, should allow us to adequately deal with dangerous dogs.
Okay, Councilwoman Ganem.
Yeah, do you mind just recapping why we needed to address this at this time?
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, we had a significant opposition to the original proposal. There were a number of people that felt that there were items in the original proposal that they didn't agree with. And so our goal was to get the dangerous dog portion passed. And is that what you're referring to? Is it why we're doing the dangerous dog part?
Right, and the legal aspect of it that
Yeah.
our judges aren't.
Right. So our city ordinance has not been enforceable for some time because of a court decision that occurred in 2017. And then in November of this year, we got a decision from the Dodge County Attorney's Office that we could not use the state statute, which we had been using for dangerous dog, unless we had an appeals process. So at that point, we had no way to enforce any dangerous dog statute in the city, and we needed to move forward with something. So that's why we're here.
And I would,
Go ahead.
no, and I would certainly add my voice to that and definitely support, because we can't do anything with the legal system unless this is passed and it has some teeth to it, so to speak.
Councilman Vaughn.
I assume our new Dodge County attorney is in agreement that this is enforceable.
I don't believe they've had a chance to review this. The original proposal was reviewed by the city's attorneys and the city prosecutor. Most of what you have in front of you was part of that agreement, but the current Dodge County Attorney's Office has not looked at this ordinance. My understanding from talking with them before, though, was that their major concern was that the city did not have an adequate appeals process. And because that appeals process was not in place, we could not use the state statute, if that makes sense. Didn't to me.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Councilman Von Baron.
Yeah, just to be clear, appreciate the chief. The chief was very patient with us through this, because as you could imagine, there are a lot of twisting parts. But the motion as stated at the last meeting was that we would go back and revise the appeals portion as well as the reckless owner. Well, as we got into the meeting, we realized that the dangling piece that really needed to be addressed to pull it all together was the dangerous animal piece. So we had added that into the revisions, and if the council is in agreement, we came out of it probably a 95% agreement. We were a typical committee. We had a couple of fine points that gave us heartburn, but we got through those.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Elliott.
Thank you.
Any comments from the public?
I'm Pamela and Chris. I live at 1034 East 8th Street, Fremont, Nebraska, and I brought my girl with me. This is Precious. Okay, she's in heaven. But anyway, we do need to pass this ordinance and get that amended to hold reckless owners accountable. And as you remember, this was my Precious. Remember me showing you this? Our Precious right here. This was my dog. That was Precious. A reckless owner's dog. This is after. This was after a reckless owner ran. My dog was on a leash going in my house on my property. Their dog was running loose. She died. She was my husband's support animal. So that's why I said we need to hold pet owners, some pet owners. We need to pass that to hold reckless owners accountable, because there is no law. And also, if you go to court, there is no restitution, nothing. You don't get anything for your animals. We followed the law, but obviously I'm sure we're not the only ones who have come forward with this problem. I even find animals in my backyard every once in a while that run loose, and I have no idea where they come from, but we need to get the handle on this and let Chief Elliott do what he needs to do on enforcing the ordinance. So please, please. So this won't happen. Our little Precious in her, and she's in heaven. So thank you very much for listening.
Daniel Hoffman, 1920 East First Street here in Fremont. As you can see, this is an emotional issue. I'm going to try to take a little bit of that emotion out and and speak to some of the logic as I see it. Right now, as has been stated by Chief Elliott and brought out by Councilman Ginnam, we're at zero. I mean, there's nothing there. And just to give you a little background, I did just a slight bit of research, and particularly since the last few years with COVID, a lot of people have got pets, and a lot of those pets have been dogs. And I grew up in a rural area over in southern Iowa, and I grew up around dogs, and my family had hunting dogs. And I understand that dogs are a lot like people. Every dog has a different personality. Every dog has a different breeding, and every dog has a different purpose. And some of those dogs, aggression is a big part of their life. And as a dog owner, you should be, in my opinion, aware of your dog's personality and your dog's being, and how you interact and how you have people around you interact with your dog. I don't necessarily believe as a dog as a member of the family, and I do not necessarily think, absolutely do not figure that a dog is an object. A dog is a living organism that has to be incorporated somewhat within our society. How we deal with that incorporation within our society is our responsibility. So I am absolutely in favor of starting here, having something that said you can proceed as time goes by. You can bring in these emotional issues and you can deal with them. And as whenever you see fit or however you see fit, but as a governing body and members to help with our society in general, you have to start somewhere. And this is where we need to start, right here. You got to have something to base your laws, your behavior upon. And you've got to have some type of mechanism to work your ability to control those behaviors, both human and animal. So that's my word.
Read your 2318 East Fifth Street. I wasn't originally planning to speak on this because I thought the chief would do an eloquent job, and he did, but I wanted to point out a couple things that might give you some peace of mind relative to what you have before you. In large measure, the discussion that was included here regarding dangerous dogs is pretty much a paraphrase out of state law. Quite a bit of time was spent making sure that the language in here is out of state law. I think there's only maybe one paragraph that may have some additional verbiage, and we are allowed to have additional verbiage over what's in state law, as long as we don't conflict with it. And so I think there's one paragraph here that has a little bit extra sentence or two. Other than that, you'll find it pretty well follows state statute. What's important, I guess, from what you may or may not understand is the significance of the reckless owner addition. And quite honestly, I'll have to tell you, I was not in favor of that when I first read it. But after we discussed it and made some modifications to it, I've become to be somewhat supportive of that particular aspect. And here's why. It doesn't just address dangerous dog ownership. And that's a critical issue here in Fremont. But the original committee that I was engaged in when I worked on this wanted to strike some sort of a balance between victims, owners, and animals themselves, and how we blend our statutes together in order to be an effective community. This particular reckless owner addition does some of that because it grabs you as a reckless owner for repeated violations. It grabs you if you're a dangerous dog harborer and you don't follow the city code that is being implemented.
It grabs you if you commit cruelty and neglect to animals. And it grabs you if you don't follow the rabies vaccination requirements with regards to our city code. Those are critical items and you can be ticketed for those under this particular city ordinance. What's missing here from my perspective in telling you all of this and why I thought I needed to speak to this, we don't have before you as anything that was worked on, the fee schedule that goes with this. What are you going to charge for some of these fines and penalties? Some are in code today. This is not. I encourage this council to make the reckless owner statute very punitive. If you're a repeat offender, if you harbor dangerous animals, if you treat animals cruelly and neglect them, as we have had some horrendous situations in this town as a result of that, the penalties should be exponential and significant. Something like $500 first offense, $1,000 second offense. We'll see you in court if it ever happens again. Something to that tune, because if you don't make them strong enough, people won't follow them. And so I become pretty enamored with this as to the criteria that's necessary to award those tickets. And of course, you still have a right to appeal. And so that was put into place as well, which Chief Elliott touched on that the prosecutors wanted. It's interesting that I couldn't find anything like that in state law that required that. But nevertheless, the city was told they couldn't prosecute without it. So we have it. I encourage you again, in this case, to pass this tonight. I think that the animal ordinances are a work in progress. There were a lot of other things that we didn't address that the original committee addressed in this venue that still need to be worked on and addressed. They should be rolled out eventually as well. But these were critical pieces for the necessary tools that the chief needs to work with tonight. So I encourage you to consider it for what you see before you tonight as being different from what you were offered in first reading, but something you can get your arms around because it's much smaller and more concise. So thank you.
Okay. Additional comments from the public?
Hello, Martha Bang, 340 West 21st Street here in Fremont. I'm also the president of Forever Home. I am very glad to see that the dangerous dog and the reckless owner did stay in this revision, but I'm disappointed that some of the other things did not. I would also have to say I'm disappointed as the sheltering agent that no one from council contacted us to ask maybe what we could lend a hand with, what we have seen, some of the situations that we are faced with when we are holding some of these cruelty neglect cases, when we're holding dangerous dogs, when we're holding potentially dangerous dogs. So if you are going to continue to work on the ordinances at some point, I would suggest highly that you reach out to your sheltering agent to ask what challenges they face that we might be able to address in the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments? Okay. Councilman Jensen.
I just want to address what Martha said there. You know, my daughter works there. When I talk to somebody, that's who I talk to. So I'm well aware of what goes on down there, what has to be done. The volume that you guys are working with it's not fun work, but it's very necessary and very important to us. And anybody on council wants to hear my perspective on it, you're welcome to contact me. Was there more council comment?
No, I don't see any at this point.
I'll make the motion to approve.
We'll need a motion to amend the ordinance as presented and then hold second reading as amended and then move on from there.
Okay, so this would be a motion to amend. That'll be the first. Okay, Councilwoman Ganem or Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll make that motion then to amend.
Okay, Councilwoman Ganem.
And I will second.
Okay, cast your votes to amend.
Councilmember Ellis, I didn't get your vote recorded. Thank you very much. Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now I take a motion to approve the ordinance as amended and hold second reading. Councilman Jensen.
Make the motion to approve the ordinance as amended and hold second reading.
Councilman Von Baeren.
Second.
Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 6, articles 1 and 2 of the Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on second reading.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to suspend the rules and move this to third and final reading, please.
Councilman Sukram,
I will second.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending chapter 6, article 1 and article 2 of the Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on final reading.
Okay, cast your final vote.
Mayor, the ordinance is approved 8-0.
Okay, moving on to item 20 is council member Ganem item is a motion to approve reconsideration of an amendment to section 15-4 of the library policy manual to add that any parent or legal guardian having a child age 11 or under may upon written request have a specific book removed from the children's section to the adult section and to take action regarding approval of the King Memorial Library Policy Manual. I'll now turn it over to Councilwoman Ganem. For her
Thank you.
request.
While the intent of our amendment was good to allow a parent or guardian to have a book removed to the adult section from the children's section, without any question, the idea was to simplify the process. And in my mind, it was easy with the book that was initially brought forward, that it was misplaced. It shouldn't have been in an early childhood section, and it should have been in a different section because sometimes we make mistakes and it may be just filed inappropriately. We all make mistakes. I voted for this amendment. When I read it, many questions surfaced, and I feel the spirit of the amendment may not be used as intended, and it needed to be more specific and added more clarity. There is a larger issue that I see. It was a motion made as an amendment. And when we did that, it was the only item on the agenda that had no public input and actually no staff input at all. It was made with good intent and voted that way. The Fremont Tribune even reported that many books now were going to be asked to be removed from the children's section. While the letter becomes a matter of public record, the problem with this amendment, as we looked at our animal ordinance that we just reviewed, there's absolutely no appeals process for anyone who may object to the books that are being pulled off. There's absolutely no appeals process. An extreme example would be, I want anything related to the Bible stories removed from the children's section. All those cute little books on the ark, they would be gone. Or the children's Bible stories. And anyone who objected to that would have no recourse whatsoever by lacking an appeals process. There's processes in place already to remove books or even ban books. And with the approval with it initially, any parent or legal guardian would have control over that. Actually, in the library, the legal guardian or a caretaker should have control with the children because they should be with them if they're ages 11 and under in the first place. So they should be able to monitor, because we ask that children not be just left on their own or dropped off and left on their own to use the library. The idea was to make it simple again. I want to say that in our zest to make it simple, we may have created more of a misunderstanding. I know staff worked hard to implement the direction from the council because that's their job to do that, and trying to work on a format to make that process go smooth. But because it lacks an appeals process in particular, and no one has any kind of recourse, I would like to make a motion to reconsider this amendment.
Okay. Councilman Jensen.
I just want to thank.
Councilwoman Gannon, can you? Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Jensen.
I just want to thank Councilwoman Gannon for bringing this back. Yes, I think there's a lot of things that need to be cleared up about this. I voted against it in the beginning, so I couldn't bring it back. But I'll thank you for bringing it back, and I'll second your motion.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion and a second to reconsider. So we'll take a vote on that. Cast your votes on the reconsideration.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Okay, we're now back at the item presented. I would take again, any comments from council. We're back at the item. So Councilman Ellis.
I just want to clarify, I voted to reconsider that because I want to bring up debate. We have a lot of people in the audience that want to talk, and so I want them to be heard. And so that's the reason I voted to reconsider it. I talked with Councilman Ganem earlier in the week, and I expressed my concerns that I believe what the council did 2 weeks ago was a stopgap measure, and that I would like to work on a more permanent solution. And that and so that's where I'm at right now, is I do believe what we passed was a stopgap, just to kind of cool things down a little bit. And then let's work on a more permanent solution. So that's where I'm at this afternoon or this evening.
Okay, Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll just share my thoughts on this also. I think personally, I want this amendment completely gone, not here at all. It says it was brought up about using a parental rights. Absolutely, but leave it up to the parents. Don't leave it up to the library. It's actually in their code. Anybody under the age of 11 is not supposed to be perusing the library by themselves. They're supposed to have a parent or guardian with them. That's your parental control. It lies in the parents. The library is charged with providing information for the whole of the public, and not just the stuff that wins popularity contests. That's what I got to say on this end. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Vaughn.
I want to echo some of the same sentiments that Councilman Jensen has articulated. And the fact is that there is an entire section in our current library policy manual for unattended persons. And in particular, I will read section 5.2 and item number 2 verbatim. Parents and caregivers are responsible for the behavior, safety, and supervision of their children at all times in the library and on library premises. Youth age 11 and under must be kept with a parent or guardian or caregiver age 18 or older at all times. The onus is on the parents and the caregivers. Nobody else. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Von Baeren.
I think the point of the whole thing is just what's been said. The onus has been put on the parents. But at the same time, if you've had multiple children less than age 11, you perfectly well know it's impossible to supervise them every minute. Just for a quick review, I spent about an hour with the director and president of board and our city administration. And they were very, very courteous. And we talked through some solutions for possibly addressing this. For example, just saying parents should not be concerned with what their children see in the children's section. Well, parents need to be in control. It won't work for parents with multiple children, or say, for example, a daycare group. Parents need to be in control. Could we remove questionable books from the children's section? Well, children can pick up whatever they want. Can we display by content? No, we use the Dewey Decimal System. Can we allow parental input into what Bershka is displayed? No, parents will never agree. Can we define books that should be read by parents and children together and just move those? No, we can't create a separate section. So at every point, this problem has been left in the sole discretion of the parents. And I think that was the reason that I brought this forward in the first place. For example, the display policy with the Dewey Decimal System, the library understands that in their own words, perhaps it was a mistake to have it in the children's section. The author would agree because in the foreword of the book, sex is a funny word, the author cautions that that book should be read with a child, not by a child alone. And at the same time, it also says that the adult ought to read the book before presenting it to the child. When a child is free to pick that book up, this is clearly misplaced. Now, I understand it was a mistake, but yet mistakes happen. And currently, all the onus for dealing with the library's mistakes is placed on the parent. That's an unreasonable restriction. Sex is a funny, that was the only statement. So we have a book that's been misplaced. It's not been screened. It was ordered and put in the children's section where it was not intended to be put even by the author's admission. And yet there is nothing that a parent can do about that. Other than what seemed obvious to me, the real question here is whether we have a library policy that respects the rights and the limits of parents being able to control what their children see and read in the children's section. This doesn't go beyond the children's section. Nobody other than a parent or a guardian has the right to request a book be moved. The book does not move out of the library. Any responsible parent who wants to take his child to see the content can walk his child over and have complete access to the book. All this does is give parents of young children the assurance that if their child is roaming in the children's section, they can be reasonably assured that they aren't going to see something they object to. If a parent chooses to ask that all the biblical references be removed, then they should be. If they find those offensive for their children and they feel they're too young, should ask that. At the same time, if a parent believes their child is not mature enough to be looking at a particular sex ed book, okay, just move it. Any other parent can take their child to that section, use it as the instructional tool that it was intended, and nobody's ox is gored on this one. We already have the precedent of the first response being to move that book. It's been done. It's not hard. And the whole reason this has become an issue is that at every point, the library has taken the position that every responsibility is the parents. And it just strikes me as odd that with a taxpayer-funded institution like this, that parents should have to be concerned at all taking their children into a narrowly defined section. They're free to roam the rest of it, anything that can be done, but this is taxpayer funded. And in my regard, it is totally ignoring the rights. That's too strong a word. I'm sorry about that. It is not taking into consideration the responsibility of parents to regulate and control what their child sees. And it stands up on the platform and said, no, we just read it. It's all the parents' responsibility. There's nothing here that the library is accountable for. And I believe that's wrong. And I've got a few more comments later on, but that's enough for now. Thank you.
Okay. Additional comments from council on this. I'll have public comment on this item. Please state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Pence, 2230 Phelps Avenue. I didn't really know what I was going to say tonight. I just knew that I was passionate about it, but Von Baron led me to some very good questions. To say that it's taxpayer, it's not all taxpayer. Most of the renovations are all being raised by someone not on payroll, sir. Also, you say that it's easy to take a child over to the adult section, but yet you also say that multiple children would create chaos for that parent. So how does the parent walk that child over there if they have multiple kids and obviously can't? I'm disgraced that you wouldn't support our library when you just sat here and said our town is in the highest poverty rate in Nebraska, then that means we need a public library and we need both sides. So by saying you can just move every book, what you're actually saying is we can move the whole children's section to another section called something else. You can't move if you don't like princesses. You can't move books because you don't believe in God. It's a children's section. As a parent, I would go to the children's section to look for a book equipped for my child. I wouldn't think to go to an adult section for sex education for my child, sir. So I'm appalled, and I actually think that all of you need to be a better advocate for our library. You need to support this staff who you never asked, the library director, and the board who is personally raising funds for this renovation. I don't know of another department that has to raise their own funds, but that's what this group is doing. So to say it's so easy, sir, you have not done their job, and nor have I, but I will never say it's easy. Thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. It is seldom that I agree with Councilman Jensen and a few of the others, but in this instance I do. And I strongly echo what Mrs. Pence had to say. It is a parental responsibility, period. You don't like the Bible stories, move them. That's your answer. I disagree. I don't like Barbie dolls. I hate dolls. I had them when I grew up and I blew them up with M80s and cherry bombs. I terrorized my neighbor with dismembered Barbie dolls in the tree. Remove the damn books then. Get the Barbie doll books out of there. I mean, this is where you're going. You censor one thing, it leads to another. Some of you attended the board meeting, and one of the board members had commented, well, this isn't the only book we need to look at. Where does it stop? Parentals have a responsibility and obligation. On one hand, you're saying parents have rights. Well, yes, they do. They have the right to control their child. They have the right to bring their child with them and have them underneath their supervision. They're taking a book you don't like, then kindly ask them to hand it to you and take a look at it first. It's your responsibility as a parent. It's my responsibility as a grandparent. A point was made by Mrs. Pence also about poverty in Fremont and our education system. It goes hand in hand. If you want to educate a child, teach him to read a book. That library is welcome for everybody, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of financial background, regardless of age. It's open to all of us. Another point has been made at prior meetings as well as tonight. When this first came to light that this book was offensive to a party whose child or grandchild picked it up, there was no discussion with the library staff, the director, the library board. It was made to start the controversy. Censorship is wrong. If you want to eliminate poverty, you want to raise the status of your society or within our confines, then you need to educate them. You want to educate, you need to get them to love to read. I know from firsthand experience what a library means to a young child and the love of reading. There's a big disparity between those that have learned to read and read well and to develop a love of books regardless of their interest versus those that are controlled. The one and only book I ever stole in my whole entire life was To Kill a Mockingbird. I got in a lot of trouble when my mother found that book. And I had to pay back with what little meager allowance I got, the hefty fine, because back in that day, a quarter could get me in the movie and popcorn. But I had to pay it back. I stole a book from the library. I had to face the music. And to this day, I have several copies of that same book. But it formed an opinion for me. I was 9 years old. I was not allowed to read that book in school. I wasn't allowed to own that book, but I could steal it from the library. It was wrong of me then, and I've never repeated it. But I have had a love of books my entire life. I spent hours hidden in a corner library reading. It was a safe place to be, just like our library is. But my parents knew where I was, but they also knew I wasn't going to steal another book. Please don't censor. put the onus of the responsibility, as was stated, on the parent. You bring one child or 5 children or more to a library, you need to know where they're at and where they're corralled at. If you need help, there's always been a helpful staff at the library. Not one of them would back down from helping anybody. Even all of you with all of your grandchildren and children. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Nimsicont. I'm a resident of Ashland, Nebraska, but I'm here tonight in my capacity as the past president of the Nebraska Library Association. NLA firmly opposes the recent amendment to the library policy manual, and I would like to thank the City Council for reconsidering it. While this amendment does not completely remove materials from the library, it does ignore the library's already established policy for handling book challenges. This formal review process by which an item may be removed or relocated within the library already exists and allows for more careful consideration of the materials. If this process is entirely disregarded, book banning becomes easier. By allowing anyone the ability to alter the library's collection with no standard review process, individual ideologies will become the primary determinant of the library's organization systems, resulting in censorship by a few for the many. When deciding what items to purchase for the library and how to organize these materials, trained library professionals select books and other resources that represents the many viewpoints in their community, not just the librarian's own viewpoints or those of any one singular group. Inherently, a well-developed public library will and should contain items that some people disagree with because there's going to be disagreements in a community. The right to seek and access information from all points of view without restriction, or otherwise known as intellectual freedom, is a core value of librarianship. Public libraries affirm that parents or guardians can already restrict what information their own children have access to. Public libraries also should not be expected to interfere with those parental responsibilities for all members of the community. What one parent believes to be inappropriate or harmful, another parent may find helpful to their children's education and development. One parent or guardian should not have the ability to limit the right to access information for all children in the community. Formalized public library policy, which has long helped maintain diverse collections and guard against censorship, should not be disregarded by legislative bodies or city leaders due to political or social reasons, especially not as a response to pressure from vocal individuals. Again, I thank you for reconsidering the amendment, and I would urge you to remove the amendment entirely. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Linda McLean, 2810 East Bristolwood Drive. In addition to being a 19-year resident of Fremont, I am currently serving as the president of the Key Memorial Library Board. Thank you, Councilwoman Ganem, for putting this item on the agenda tonight. And also thank you for being a very supportive liaison from the City Council to the Library Board. We appreciate you very much. I also appreciate the council members who did reach out to me before tonight's meeting for additional information. I've thought a lot about what I want to say tonight. I've lost a lot of sleep about it, quite honestly. I really left the City Council with the intention to be out of this spotlight. I really did not want to be on the front page of the Fremont Tribune, no offense. I wanted to do something good for the city of Fremont and help raise money for a project that I felt was desperately needed by our community. It had been pushed down the road, the can had been kicked, and I was afraid we would never get it done. And Keene was really in desperate need of renovation. So that was my motivation. I never really wanted to get in the middle of a controversy like this, but yet here I am. I was here on the 14th, and honestly, I was just sort of shocked. I was in shock because we had a meeting with Councilmember Van Buren. It was very cordial. I actually would go as far as to say I thought it was a good meeting. So I was very blindsided by his resolution that had not been discussed, with all due respect, in our meeting. So there had been no input from the library board and or staff into that resolution. I was even more surprised when it passed 7-1 with no discussion, no staff input, and more importantly, no public comment, which, you know, I feel like this council has been very great about having public comment. If I could have come to the podium on February 14th, I really intended, I had it in my mind to use my favorite Glenn Ellis line, which is let's pump the brakes, because I felt like we needed to step back and take a moment to breathe and to maybe do what the animal control people have now done, to have a group try to figure this out rather than something be imposed on us at the library board and staff level. It's been really disappointing, to be honest. Personally, it is personal to me. It's not a good feeling to feel ignored, or that your opinion as a member of the library board wouldn't matter to a major policy amendment. And it's not really just about me. The staff, you know, they have really taken a beating these past few months. It's been hard. You know, they've kind of been villainized as sexualizing children and so on and so forth. And I can tell you quite honestly, that would never happen in our library. We have amazing staff who are willing to work with any parent on finding any appropriate reading materials. A very, very, very small portion of our collection is actually controversial. We'll be talking more about that at our library board next week. I've had numerous conversations with library board members, including Leanne Rathke, who does represent a different position maybe than some of the other members of the board. I guess I just want to close by saying, you know, again, thank you for the reconsideration motion. I'm a nervous wreck. I'm sorry. This is really hard. You know, we talk about transparency all the time, and I get tired of people using that word. And what does that really mean? But yet it is a principle of openness and accountability between the public and elected officials. And I know all of you value that. I've worked with some of you on council. And I think it means, you know, the old quote of, I think it was George Patton, say what you mean and mean what you say. So if you believe in transparency, you believe in public openness and input, then let's do this the right way. Let's pump the brakes and try to figure out a solution that's better than the one that was passed on February 14th. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Laura Enos. I lived in Fremont for 15 years and moved in 2019. I realize I don't necessarily have priority to speak this evening, but may I still have 3 minutes? Sure. Thank you. I'm a 20-year language arts teacher. I formerly taught for Fremont Public Schools, and I also have a master's degree in reading specialty preschool through 12th grade. During 2004 and 2019, my son was ages 0 to 13, and we came to Key Memorial Library on weekly visits. When my son and I visited the library, it was a shared experience. We visited sections together. We looked at items together. We self-selected what we were going to check out together. And if a certain text wasn't going to be a good fit for me and my son, then we simply put it back on the shelf with the knowledge that leaving that book on the shelf, it might be a good fit for someone else, because we are on planet we and not me. And we knew that this could be a good fit for any one of the other 25,000 plus people in this community who Fremont Key Memorial Library would serve. I'm concerned the amendment passed on February 14th is giving a small influential group in the community jurisdiction over 25,000 plus other people, and decreasing the efficiency to access materials that are a good connection to them. The current amendment could potentially lead to the library being organized as a very illogical maze, shifting books back and forth from side to side, rather than allowing our library media specialists and our experienced staff to run their library with their expertise. I feel like the amendment sort of comes across as giving more qualifications to someone who simply has a child that's under the age of 12, rather than our true literacy experts that are sitting behind me due to this amendment, our committed and dedicated library staff. This amendment and the Library Bill of Rights, published by the American Library Association,
are mutually exclusive. This amendment and the ALA's Code of Ethics are mutually exclusive. This amendment and the overall purpose of a public library are mutually exclusive. The 15 years I lived here, the public library was such an inclusive space, as it should be. Anyone could come in and they could find a book or text and they could relate to it, they connect to it regardless of their varied interests, their varied lifestyles, their varied backgrounds, and their varied preferences. It is my understanding from a March 10th Fremont Tribune article that this amendment was written to work as, the intention was to work as some kind of a compromise. But essentially, I feel that it is going to enable a small influential group to strategically hide books in a public library. Hide books in a public library. And I just feel that that is a very toxic and dysfunctional climate for the purpose of a public library. Shuffling children's books to an adult section because it made someone feel uncomfortable, even though that same book could make somebody feel very comfortable in their skin, defeats the purpose of what a public library does for a community. This amendment and an inclusive public library serving a diverse community cannot coexist. Rather than maybe catering to a me mentality, please do what's right and support the we, which is the whole Fremont community. And I just think it's important when someone walks into a library that everyone, regardless of their age, would have the opportunity to identify with a book and see themselves in a book. I think everyone deserves that experience when they're engaging with literacy. Thank you for your time.
Gentry Klein, 2651 County Road 12, Fremont, Nebraska. Obviously addressing the amendment to section 15.4 of the library policy manual. I would assume this amendment has been brought forth for reconsideration in large part due to the Nebraska Library Association statement regarding censorship in Fremont, Nebraska. The Nebraska Library Association states the amendment in question disregards the expertise and ethics of trained library professionals while ignoring the library's established policy for handling book challenges. Regardless of their accusations of this amendment promoting censorship and quote unquote book banning, I believe we are unfortunately losing sight of the real issue at hand. The issue is simple. Sexually explicit and obscene books written for children have no place in children or young adult sections of our public libraries. Many of the books in question have nothing to do with sex education or acceptance of LGBTQ individuals. They lack any serious literary, artistic, or scientific value that would enhance or expand the mind of any child. These books and their supporters hide under the guise of the above notion, when in reality, these books need to be called out for what they are: sexually explicit garbage. Many of the books in question promote minors to engage in risky sexual behavior. They explain in explicit detail how youth can activate profiles on sex apps to meet other people in their area for casual sex. One specific book also promotes the use of saunas or bathhouses as a way to meet up with others for casual sex. They promote this type of behavior as appropriate for youth, as long as you're safe. These books also fail to use proper terminology for body parts and sexual acts, instead opting for slang terms such as peen, cock, willy, dick, arse, crotch, and handy, just to name a few. The book in our library, This Is Gay by Juno Dawson, depicts a graphic sex scene between a 16-year-old minor and an older adult married guitar shop owner. I have no doubt that the NLA's sole purpose in releasing this statement was to intimidate and gaslight the general public and our city council members into believing this amendment to our library manual will lead to censorship and violation of our First Amendment rights. I would ask our city council members, prior to rescinding your approval of the amendment in question, to please become familiar with state and federal obscenity statutes in regards to minors and sexually obscene literature. I would also ask that you familiarize yourself with the Miller test. The Supreme Court has consistently reiterated and upheld that obscene, sexually explicit material distributed to minors is not protected as free speech under the First Amendment. These laws are based on the concept of variable obscenity, which would mean material can be considered obscene when viewed by minors, but maybe not when viewed by adults. The Supreme Court has also established the Miller test as the primary legal test and current gold standard for determining whether expression constitutes obscenity in regards to minors. What the removal of this amendment does do, however, is interfere with the due process rights of parents under the 14th Amendment of our U.S. Constitution, which protects the fundamental right of parents to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. The NLA's use of the word censorship and book banning plays directly into a dangerous national narrative. These buzzwords have current cultural implications of free speech and suppression, which is not at all what's happening in this case. Let me be clear. The authors of these books remain permitted to write, publish, and sell them. The public remains permitted to buy, or in the library's case, these books are allowed to be checked out and read. Moving these books in question to a different area of the library is not book banning. The general public, if they so choose, still has access to all materials in the library. Parents, if they so choose, are still able to expose their children to whatever they deem appropriate reading material. Relocating a book with questionable explicit sexual material from the children or young adult section to the adult section of the library is not putting an undue burden on adult patrons or parents wanting access to these materials. It is also most certainly not undermining the trained library professionals or altering the library's collection in any way. Although after reviewing the graphic sexual nature of many of these books on our library shelves, I do question the ethical judgment and quality of education and training our library professionals do receive. The public library should be a place where parents can reasonably expect their children to feel safe and have access to high quality educational literature free from sexually explicit content. The Fremont community has an intrinsic responsibility to protect children from a wide variety of predatory situations, including what they may be exposed to in the public in the form of unwarranted sexual content. In a publicly funded entity such as the Key Memorial Library, decency must always prevail. Parents' rights must always prevail and be given strong consideration in these types of situations. In closing, it is my opinion that the amendment as it stands is a reasonable addition to the library policy manual and in no way violates any censorship laws or First Amendment rights. The amendment puts parents in charge of what their minor children are reading or may be exposed to. It will allow parents of young children in the community to have their voices heard while also ensuring no books or material is permanently banned from the library. Thank you.
Scott Preston, 1717 East 12th Street. And you can relax. I'm not going to read any book excerpts this time, guys. But I'm here tonight to voice my support of the amendment to section 15.4 of the library policy manual, which allows parents or guardians to have a specific book relocated from the children's section to the adult section of the library. Although I was disappointed in this council's unwillingness to put the book "sex is a funny word" on its agenda, I did greatly appreciate the near unanimous support this council initially gave to this amendment, which gives parents a direct voice regarding what materials are freely available to young children at the library. There are people that will say this isn't necessary because parents need to supervise their kids at the library. And to an extent, I agree with that. In a general sense, kids do need to be supervised. But what parents shouldn't have to do is go ahead of their kids like Secret Service agents along a parade route and individually screen the books before their children can see them. It's important for kids to be able to explore the library shelves on their own and discover age-appropriate topics that parents might not think of. For example, maybe a child of non-sports fans would discover a book about baseball. But that exploration is not a risk that wise parents will take if they have no real measure of control over the books that are in the children's section of the library. And I would argue that having only the ability to appeal to the powers that be is no real measure of control at all. There are some people who will say this is censorship, and I agree with them completely. This is a form of censorship, which is distinct from banning, and that's okay. As a society, we censor things all the time. We put ratings on movies to suppress who can see them. There are words not allowed to be said on network television. And the newspaper couldn't print the young adult book excerpts I read to you 2 weeks ago. And the list goes on and on. In many of these cases, we censor materials in order to protect children and allow parents the ability to freely choose when or if they want to expose their children to certain words or topics.
This amendment doesn't mean these books won't be available to those who wish to provide them to children. It simply means that kids may not be able to easily discover them on their own. I think the thing I appreciate the most about this amendment is that the risk is carried equally among all parents and guardians. There is a risk that I might request something to be moved to the adult section that some parents don't mind their kids freely discovering. Likewise, there's a risk that some parents might want something moved that I don't mind my kids freely discovering. But for the sake of protecting my children, that's a risk I'm willing to take. If a topic's important to me, I'll share it with my kids on my own, even if I have to get a book from the adult section. I think the truth is that if parents and guardians operate in good faith, this amendment will affect relatively few books. The amendment simply provides a means of parental control while not altering the overall content of the library's collection. I'm sure our library director, who's been heavily involved with and is a former president of a political organization that opposes efforts of those who would even attempt to monitor materials, does not like the amendment. But to me, it's a small concession that means a great deal to concerned parents, and I would encourage the council to stick with it. And for the record, although I appreciate Sandra Murray shining a spotlight on certain books in the library, I am not a member of her family.
Hi, my name is Melissa Mostek, 1220 North William Avenue. And one concern I have about this is that there's actually legal precedent. There was a case in Texas. The case is Sund versus the city of Wichita Falls, Texas, where the city council tried to do the exact same thing, only with a petition of 300 members of the library could file a complaint to have a book moved from the children's portion of the library to the adult section of the library. And the ACLU sued and they won because it is indeed unconstitutional. It's a violation of our First and 14th Amendment rights. I really encourage legal to check into this because there is definitely already legal precedents for the exact same amendment, idea, policy, whatever you want to call it. Now, we've had a public library for years. Where is it now that there is the idea that parents cannot accept responsibility for their own children in the library? Why is this suddenly a problem? It's worked many, many years. This isn't new that there's materials that may be offensive at the library. What is new is that we have people with certain agendas trying to attack our public resources and they don't like certain things. That's okay. Don't look at it. If you're a parent, which I am, and I have an 11-year-old child, if there is something that I feel is not appropriate for her, I will make sure that she's not accessing that. But that doesn't mean I get to make that same choice for kids that same age in the library. This is just, there is a solution to this problem, and it lies within the parent. It is the parent's responsibility. Why are we trying to make amendments to a library policy when a perfect yet subjective answer exists? It is the parent's responsibility. Yes, the parent has to monitor if they take their kid to the library, especially if in their younger age group, they are responsible for them. Why are we trying to put that responsibility back onto the library staff? It doesn't make any sense. The second thing is, why is there no recourse for me as a parent if I disagree with the removal of a book from the children's section to the adult section? There's no recourse for me right now. So somebody has a problem with unicorns. My child loves unicorns. They move the books to the adult section. Where are they? I have no rights here. I don't have a say. That's why this is wrong. You cannot make a choice like that for everyone. Then you're going to have people moving Bibles and everything else. I mean, the whole thing is just bonkers to me. As a parent of children that this affects, it just is ridiculous. I mean, you just don't let them look at it. The Joy of Sex has been in the library since before I was in junior high. It's been there forever. And we looked at it as junior high kids. I mean, it's not a big deal. If you have a problem with it, be involved with what your kids are looking at in the library. But you don't get to make a choice for my child. You don't get to do that. You censor your own child just as it's always been when you take them to the library, to the movies, to the store. You choose what's appropriate for them. You don't do that for your entire community. So again, the legal issue, you need to check into it because there's already legal precedents that this is unconstitutional to try to do something like this. And then there needs to be, if you're going to go forward with this, there has to be some plan for me and anyone else to appeal, to have recourse if they don't agree with these books being moved. Because that, I mean, that's just a violation of my right as a parent for my kid to have access to that in the children's section. So anyway, I had a really great thing written out, but I'm just really bamboozled by this. It's so frustrating that, in a day and age where not everyone, a lot of parents are plopping their kids in front of screens and blaming the school system for not raising their own kids. Here we want to have a policy in our library manual that puts it back on the parents or back on the library to be responsible for what children are accessing. No, it is the parent's job. And as a parent of 11-year-old, I gladly take on that duty. It's my job. Thank you.
Barb Bushy, 2037 East First. I really didn't think I would be addressing this issue tonight. I am offended by the fact the last meeting I attended, words that some of the people that are against the book and the library's decision to have that book were throwing words around, medical terms, but using them in a derogatory manner. I would request that anybody that gets up here and they're going to use those terms, and they're medical terms, some of them, turn around and see what's in your audience. I sat in the back row the last time and I'm getting a little upset. In the middle of it, because words were put out that a 10-year-old, 10 or 11-year-old girl shouldn't have to hear here. She should be able to sit with her parents, learn those words. I saw a young mother get up and take her 10-year-old daughter out, 10 or 11 years old. I'm not sure how old. That's totally unnecessary. We don't need those words. We don't need to be shocked. We all, most of us do know what they are. So that's why I'm asking, please see what's in your audience. You're so concerned about what they go to the library where they have some control. Also, the words like grooming really offended me. I'm 76 years old today. When I was 11 years old, I went to the movie 10 Commandments. For whatever reason, God only knows, I sat in the second seat. Fortunately for me, a lady and her 2 kids sat behind me. A man sat next to me. He was doing things that I didn't know what it was, but I knew it wasn't right. Ushers used to go up and down the aisle. I was so frightened, I couldn't move. I didn't know. I finally got up, ran upstairs to the bathroom. She came after me, asked me what he was doing. I said, I don't know. She said, are you okay? And I said, I think so. They got a hold of the manager. The guy had escaped from the Lincoln State Hospital. He was a sex maniac. I don't think teaching children to know what they need to be afraid of or have to look out for, at 11 years old, what if I didn't know what to say? Nothing would have happened. If that lady hadn't sat behind me. And, granted, look, how many years ago, 65, but still, ignorance is not bliss. And I don't, like I said, I am offended, but I do please ask anybody, look to see who's in your audience, who you might be offending or, the word woke. I'm so tired of hearing that word woke. It is just passed around like it's free candy. I don't know. I didn't even know what it was. I went to Google, and I'm not a computer person. I had to go to Google to find out what woke was. And I thought, I have a mind of my own. I may not have degrees, but I have a lot of life's experiences. And I have had young soldiers, I've had young people at my car wash talk to me about things they didn't know about because nobody ever taught them. And that's a shame. You know, there may be, you know, and they talk about the language that's used. They talk about the pictures that were in there. Well, that was one chapter of that one book. And like I've said before, sex isn't a dirty word. Maybe sex is a funny word wasn't the right or the right title, but leave it up to the parents and leave it up to daycare. If daycare is going to be taking children to the library, then that daycare better have enough people with them to be able to help those children, to control those children. Too many times out to our mall, people used to, and I will use this word, dump their kids off out that mall. I've done blood drives out there where there's 10, 11-year-old kids playing football, throwing, you know, kicking balls and stuff out there. Where was the parent control then? It does go back to parents or caregivers to be able to be responsible for their children. And another thing, and my last thing, had they gone to the library director, it may have had this whole thing may have been taken care of right away, rather than the fiasco it's turned into. And thank you.
Well, how you folks feeling? Little squirmy and cringy here and there. So I think Daniel Hoffman, I gave it earlier, I'm sorry. Daniel Hoffman, 1920 East First Street. The last lady that was up here, I kind of want to address that a little bit. How did this get in front of you? Why are we even discussing this at a city council meeting? I mean, this is a library issue. Do you folks not have confidence in your library people? Were they left out of the loop in this thing? How did it even get here? Is my question. Can I get an answer?
We can't answer.
Yeah, you can't answer. Okay. So it's rhetorical, I guess. But I think a lot of people here on both sides of this issue might wonder, how did it get to you? Why are we here tonight discussing this issue, which in my opinion, should have probably been handled at a lower level and probably could have been handled at a lower level. And now it's all in your laps. And so my suggestion is you think about that in future. The other thing is you have library staff. How, you know, if you're going to take this out of their hands, are they going to start handing you more and more? Then I guess, put it succinctly, I understand you have oversight, but that's different than micromanagement in my mind. And so I guess that's my point where I'm coming at this thing as a procedural thing, and maybe not how you, one other thing is, and this is, I understand a stop, you know, Councilman said it, a stopgap. So if it's in my mind, that's a good idea. You stopped it. We have discussion. We're having discussion, but you have to be very careful on issues like this. I shouldn't have to remind you that. You have to be very careful on this thing, because what happens in one specific can roll over and be a broad issue. And I just wanted to express, you know, that you take that under consideration. My name is Ray Meister, 121 South William in Fremont, alias George Patton. I've been listening to a lot of comments here, and I hope I can remember some of them and address them. But I just like you to know that I love libraries. And I believe in books on sexual education. And I believe in books related to the LGBTQ community. There are good books for parents in the Keene Library on sex education. I wish that I had perhaps known about them when I was raising my children, who now have children of their own, and I have great grandchildren, and I'm concerned about them. And I'm concerned about what's happening in this country. And I'm concerned about you as a council, and I'm concerned about our librarians, and I am concerned about our library board. Now, just to give you a little idea of where I'm coming from, 27 years of my career in education here in Fremont were spent as the K-12 library media department head in the public schools. And I had the privilege of working with numerous incredible library media specialists who recognized that we were responsible and accountable to our administration, our Board of Education, and all the parents of this community. And we used some means of discernment when we selected materials, books, magazines, audiovisual materials, all of this, including technology when that came to be a part of our media centers. These things were considered. And I think you can attest to that, Sally. We were not, a librarian is not an individual entrepreneur running a store, selling what they want to sell or what they think is good. They are a servant of the public. And I noticed somebody rejected the word taxpayers, but it is the taxpayers who are paying the bill. And I am all for the remodeling of the library. And I would hate to see this detract from it, but it is. Likewise, all those materials we selected were aimed at the comprehension level of the students, how they could deal with it. This element of Fremont's culture is now in rather serious decline and a result of public controversy that has become ugly. And furthermore, this is only the tip of the iceberg as to where we've been and where we're going. Because it isn't going to go over easy. And if you drop that amendment, which probably isn't the best one, I hope you have a better plan. And it comes to you because in the chain of command, now listen, I was a librarian once. I belong to the Nebraska Library Association. I belong to the Nebraska Education Media Association, the National Association for Educational Media. And I know how librarians work. We write those policies to cover our and make it darn hard for you to protest. I've dealt with some protests of books that we had in our senior high library. And we had a process that worked very smoothly. Now, I understand that the lady who complained about the book here did go to the librarian in the beginning and was told she could file a complaint. So that's following a process. As expected, that complaint was rejected. And so the next step was the library board. And there was a library board meeting where none of the public were allowed to speak. Now, my goodness, this smacks of totalitarianism in government. Okay.
I have to ask you to wrap it up.
Well, everybody else got a long time, Mayor.
I give a little bit to finish up, so
I just
finish
because you
up.
don't like my message. The ultimate response, I'm reading from the Keene, and I have been studying the Keene Library Connection. I'm just getting to the good stuff. On the card catalog. But by the way, in the Keene selection policy 15.2.2, the ultimate responsibility for the selection of materials rests with the library director. The responsibility for selection is shared by the professional library staff. 15.24, the library will always strive to balance general command with those of special group interests and to actively work to present both sides of controversial subject matter in a balanced and fair manner.
Sir, I'm gonna
that
have to ask you to
ensures that a
wrap it up.
variety of differing points of view are represented.
Thank you.
I want to just tell you one thing about that.
Sir, out of respect to everyone else that wants to speak, thank you for
I'm
your
sorry,
comments.
I've waited a long time. I looked up 2 controversial issues and here they are.
Sir, I'll have to ask you to wrap it up,
Subject
please.
of abortion.
We have other folks willing to speak, sir. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Is there
Thank you.
anybody else that's willing to speak on this issue?
Thank you for cutting me off. You let everybody else speak.
Clock started. Just kidding. Brian Billwalk, 2125 North Broad Street. I'll talk fast, a lot to go over. Didn't expect to talk again. Thought it would have been nice at the library meeting when the board was here. Wasted a bunch of time coming to that. Talking about, I think what's interesting, I want to get to, and I probably wouldn't have if the president of the board went to spoke, is about getting shut off and being blindsided. Was such an issue. It's shocking that they wouldn't want to take a question. So much just could have been answered. But I just want to get that off the plate, that I think it showed tremendous weakness within the board, not letting anybody speak. So, I mean, I think that's fair to say. With a controversy, with an issue like this, it's a no-brainer to let some people speak. To them, I feel we're wasting the council's time, and I apologize for that. But I think it's the only place that the citizens and the taxpayers, the people paying for this, can be heard. Anyway, I'll move forward. How do we get here? My only reason for ever coming to this to begin with, you're showing, they're putting books out on the end caps for, extreme, like the sex is a funny word, for 7 and 8 year olds, that it's so rough of language in that for 7 and 8 year olds that the Fremont Tribune cannot print it and they have to put a trigger warning in front of the stories. I think the irony of that's pretty amazing. But anyways, to get to that point is, my reason for ever speaking up was I went into the library and there's all these type of books, which is fine. Let parents teach their kids what they want, but you couldn't find a Bible in the place. You can now, since I spoke up, and I give them some credit for that. More importantly, is why is the library so quiet? I had mentioned last time, please put those master degree librarians, they're well-educated, well-paid, put them, let them answer some questions for the people. I think it could put a lot of this to bed. But it's been very silent on that, and which is somewhat shocking. Another thing I'd like to point out is I think the censorship, these are 7 and 8 and 9-year-old kids. I mean, I don't think that's censorship, that's gaslighting censorship. I mean, I think so, which leads to the next thing. Who is buying these books? No one's talking about banning. And my only thing was ever just please put a Bible in there, put some neutrality in there. You got the homeless shelter a week away. I mean, at least, it helps. So there's got to be somebody that could help. But anyway, on the censorship part, I just think that it's very important right now more than ever is to let, why I don't understand this. Why wouldn't the librarians have an open dialogue with people on this? And I think that's why some people have come out to the city council going, is it too much to ask to have them speak? And so I think that's a very important part. And which leads to my next thing, which is going on in America and about brought our financial system down, the Silicon Valley Bank. They went woke. What that means is instead of having risk people in charge, They had a lot of people that wanted certain kinds of inclusion and diversity. It's shocking. And our government's having to bail them out. We're bailing them out. And I'm worried it's similar to this, where now it's a lot bigger scale, but it's it seems like they've gone so woke that they're pushing an agenda. And I think that's a fair question to ask. And I'd love for the librarians or even the board to let, to answer some of that. That's why I was a little bit surprised. Nice lady, great. They're volunteers. I think the library board's wonderful. But I think it would have been a great opportunity to let some people speak. And it's then you start to wonder, well, wait a minute. Why won't they let people speak? What are they, and back to the woke thing, I think it's becoming apparent that maybe they are pushing some kind of agenda. I don't know if that's out of line for me to say or not, but it's without being able to speak to them or without them being able to take any questions, it makes a person wonder, why wouldn't they want people to ask these questions? So, I don't mean to, and again, it's a city council meeting. I think it'd be so much easier if the library board would just open up and let people talk and ask questions. I think it would put a lot of this to bed. And I do think no matter what anybody says, and everyone can raise their kids the way they want, but it did seem a little odd for that sex is a funny word book. They put it right on the end cap. They're pushing that crap on 7 and 8 year olds. And then there's not a Bible in there. So there's no balance to it. And I think that's a fair point to ask. And I do think, though, it's very for the library board, and I came here and wasted my time with that, is that they would not speak more about it. And one lady had the guts on that board to stand up. She got voted down, silence, and that was the end of it. And you would have thought on a subject like this, boy, why wouldn't you want to talk about it? So I appreciate you listening to people today. And I love Fremont. I'm a lifetime Fremont person. I support Fremont. I love the library. But it does make you wonder a little bit what's going on at the library. And I do believe fully that it's going to hurt the fundraising. I do think that, and I don't want that. It's not good for anybody.
I have to ask you to wrap it up.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your time, Mayor and City Council, and I just, hope we don't go too woke. Thank you.
Hello, I am Justine Ritter. I am the Youth Services Librarian at Keene Memorial Library. I'm obviously here to ask you to rescind the amendment to section 15.4 of the Library Policy Manual. As stated previously by multiple people, restricting books is a form of censorship. And by moving those books to another collection, we are restricting them. I want you to think about those. You guys are talking a lot about the 11 and under, which I buy books for them. But I also want you to remember the 12 and older, the teens, and even some of these adults who may not have the best knowledge of how to find books in a library. And if they are coming into the library searching for certain books, they have a few different options. They can look on our library catalog and they can search for a book there to see if we have it. They can ask a staff member for help, or they might just go and browse the collection to go see if they can find something appropriate for them. Now, if they're looking for a sensitive topic, they're not going to most likely come to a librarian asking where to find those books. They are going to go to the shelf searching for those books. And most likely, they are not going to be able to find them because they're going to be looking in the children's collection. All right. So I want you guys to make sure that you guys understand that we are restricting them by moving them to the adult collection. We are making it harder for them to find the books. Now, in regards to the concerns of parents not having control of what a child can check out, this has been brought up and it's been stated from our policy manual that has been approved by both the library board and you as the city council, that one, the Keene Memorial Library supports the right of each family to decide which items are appropriate for use by its children, and responsibility for a child's use of the library material lies with his or her parent guardian. It also states that a child 11 years old or younger is required to have an adult supervision in the library. Because of both of these policies, a child 11 and younger, it would have an adult with them when checking out a book. Now, these have been approved by both the library board and you. Now, again, we're asking you to rescind this. It's been brought up about our books not being able to be moved and that we only have a form available for books that are wanting taken out of the collection. Our request for reconsideration form has the option for a book to be moved. We already have the form. It gives the parent or guardian or any patron the option to state why they believe this book. And it asks at the end, what would you like to be done? And that answer can either be relocation, so moving it to another collection. It could be a children's book moved to a young adult collection. It can be moved to the adult collection, or it can be the removal of the book. And that's something, if we need more clarification within the form, that we can discuss. The library, the staff, the library board can work on making sure that that form is more clear for the public, that that form can be used for both removal and relocation. So we already have that form in place. And again, that process was approved by the library board and you as a city council. I also want to state that sex is a funny word was never on display in the library. We have never had a sex education display in the library. The only way that that book could have possibly been on display is if someone else may have been looking at it and they set it down on a table and the staff had not picked it back up. But that book was never on a display. We have specific displays in our library, and I can promise you that it was never on display. In regards to having a balanced collection, we do work hard to have a balanced collection. We've talked about the Bible being in the library. Well, we've had the children's Bible illustrated Bible has been in the city auditorium this entire time. So we have had access to many different viewpoints in the children's nonfiction collection the entire time that we have been there. I do ask that you trust us as professionals. As many people stated, yes, we've got our degrees, we've got our masters, I've got 10 years of working in a library experience, as long as our other librarian here who are ordering the books in our collection. So I do ask that you do trust us to do the job that we were trained and educated to do. And as I mentioned, we would be happy to look into making sure our form is more clear about the different possibilities of, if a parent sees an issue with a book, that there are options besides just removing the book from the collection. Thank you.
Brad Yerger, 2318 East Fifth Street. I didn't come prepared to discuss this issue. Didn't have any intent of really discussing it this evening, at least. But I felt I had to get up and say something at this point after listening to several meetings of discussion, especially at the last meeting where things were stated and read that, quite honestly, if they didn't turn your stomach, they should have. I think that the stopgap approach and this amendment should stand for now. I don't think it's the final solution by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't think it's the root cause of the real problem here. Moving books isn't the issue. It may be that we're having to deal with it, but how did they get there in the first place? What are the selection and classification criteria used by the library? Several people have asked public records requests recently, of which I asked and got all of them that everybody else asked. Some of those questions asked, well, what are the policies that are used for book selection? What are the classifications and what are the criteria for putting books in those classifications? You know what the answers were? Nothing. Nothing came. When it comes to determination whether materials are harmful to children, there are references in state law, and even the library policies that you have before you reflect certain state statutes that are required to be followed. And in part, they're there because, you know, another requirement of the library is to make sure that filtering is in place for electronic access. This council is supposed to see annually that this library conforms with the CIPA requirements that ensure that we are following state law in that regard. I couldn't find those in the annual report that you're getting. I have no idea whether or not the policies are being followed and certified They're supposed to be annually certified by municipal code. Again, that was asked for in a public records request. Again, nothing was provided. So there are many problems with regards to the books, but you have to ask yourself, parents have to police their children, and it's their responsibility to determine whether or not the books that they're looking at are readable. I have to ask you, shouldn't the librarian be responsible? Shouldn't the library staff be responsible? Shouldn't the library board be responsible for knowing some of the content in the books that they put in the library? Why is it the parents' responsibility to read every book that their child picks up off the shelf before they'll let them look at it? Shouldn't some of that screening been done when they were purchased, when they were classified? You know, were these requested by an individual to be put in the library? Were they suggested by some association that has no regard for our community values? Who asked for some of these books to be put in our library? And I heard tonight, oh, we have an even balanced approach to the classifications. Well, I urge you to take a look at some statistics that have recently come to light. And Fremont doesn't have a balance compared to other communities from what I've seen. You'll be appalled when you see that material. Would you have an adult section? Would you limit the amount of content that goes into an adult section? There's some things that you don't allow in the adult section, I'm pretty sure. But you'll put things that parents are questioning in the children's section rather than put them in the adult section. If adults want to talk to them about those things with their children, that's one thing. But would you want your children reading some of the books that were quoted here to you or to their grandparents? I don't think so. You might feel they're educational, and some may, and I don't deny them the opportunity to have those discussions. The question is, should every child in the library be faced with that and every parent be the policeman to make sure that can't happen? I just think that's out of place, and having the current stopgap approach that says, okay, well, we can at least request the books to be moved temporarily would be a good thing, a good thing for us to have for now. The policies do need to be further reviewed. I would certainly suggest in the strongest way possible, you need to make sure that the policies of the library have a selection and classification process that are succinct and give you some direction and the parents some confidence that what's in the library in the children's section, the young adult section, and the adult section fit the criterias that are necessary for the classification. And if those aren't in writing, they need to get there. Thank you for your time.
My name is Gene Schultz. I live at 2306 Gene Drive, Fremont. I didn't plan on getting up here to speak on any topic tonight, but I guess I just as well put my 2 cents worth in too. Normally when I have something to say, I like to have it typed out, spell checked, and it fits on one page, but now I have to try to read from my scribbles. So, plus I don't hear the best. I haven't got hearing aids yet. So if I didn't hear everything everybody said, I'm sorry. When I was this age that we're talking about, the library that I went to was probably where Runza is now, probably built by Carnegie funds. And I probably had to ride my bicycle there. And during those days, the TV programs that I'd watch was Leave It to Beaver, Ozzie and Harriet. If you watched a movie where somebody was in bed, somebody had to have their foot on the floor. I mean, that was the rules they had back then. Life was a lot easier back then. So what I've heard tonight is apparently you have to have a child to be having an input on this topic. That's what I seem to be hearing. But it is a public library. I mean, that's what I hear people, you have to have your parent there to see the child. But if I don't have a child, 11 years old or less, I don't have any right to say anything. But it is a public library. And then how many times have we heard years gone by where it takes a village? So if it takes a village, maybe you don't have a child. If a book is removed from the child section to the adult section, it's not out of the library. Anybody can still go and find it. You go on the electronic card catalog, it should tell you what aisle and where it's located. So I just don't see a problem with that. So I guess that's probably about all the scribbles I can read right now, and you're ready to go home. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm Elisa Cruz. I'm Circulation Manager, Adult Services at Keene Memorial Library, and I've been working at this library for almost 7 years, so it's been an interesting road. And I would just like to address a couple of the things. I don't buy children's books, so I don't feel as under attack, but I would like to address that when parents sign up their kids for a library card, they do that with the understanding that if that kid has that library card, they are giving them permission to use the library at will, right? So if they don't, and they come with, yes, they do come with groups, daycare groups, but we do ask that the daycare help them to choose the right materials for them. Justine mentioned that we are available to help them with that. And if they don't have their library card because mom said, you know what, you can't check out books, they don't get to check out the books. So we do leave it on the parents. They do need to know that their kids are going to be coming to the library either with grandma or the daycare group or, with their, whatever it may be. And so that's, they have a right to control what their children are checking out and reading. I don't remember what my other point was about censorship, and it was pointed out that this is not a form of censorship, and it is a form of censorship because if we move the books around and then we move them back around, it's going to be harder to find any kind of materials, and you could be offended by anything. It's not just about LGBTQ or any kind of immigration reform or any kind of thing. Anybody can be offended by anything, and so I think it's a slippery slope that we've walked into, and I'm really concerned about that as the person who represents the adult collection. It's you're talking about putting books in my area that I oversee, and I'm having to make sure they fit on the shelves and that it makes sense and people can still find them, and there's a lot that goes into it. Staff has a lot of steps that we would have to do for those for that to be done properly. So I just think that's important for that to be considered too. Thank you.
My name is Tracy Parr. I am the Senior Office Associate at the Keene Memorial Library. I work in administration. I do not order books. I pay the bills and make sure things flow that way. However, I feel, I see and hear a lot of things because of my position, and I don't talk about them publicly because it's not my place to do that. And I normally would not get up in front of you and speak at all, but hearing my fellow coworkers, my director, and feeling like they're under attack is really hard for not only myself, but the rest of the staff. It's been difficult for them, and they're not the ones ordering the books. They're not the ones making these decisions, and they're not the ones asking the public. Nobody that I have spoken to, and I've spoken to every staff, almost every staff member we have, disagrees that people don't have a right to their opinions and their personal feelings on any topic. And that's why the reason that they feel that this is censorship and it's an issue is they feel so strongly about it, because everybody should have an opinion, but everything should be available to anybody. And that goes to the core of what our librarians were taught when they went to school and got their bachelor's, their master's, and And I can honestly say that even the staff that do not have masters and bachelors have gone to great lengths to learn about intellectual freedom and why we do what we do to serve the public. You know, one of the things that was mentioned here tonight was about the policy that we're trying to ask to be taken away. We have a policy that has been in effect, and I know Justine, our children's librarian, spoke to that, and we are willing as staff and as library board that we work with to look at making that a little more clear to not only the public and to you, to know that you have that option to either request it to be removed or to be moved. There's no need for this other policy because it's already there. You just may not have realized it was there and it was available to you. I'm not saying that after it goes to the board, if the director chooses not to agree with you and then on to city council, that's not an option, but it is. Everybody has that right. And there are many resources that I don't think people realize that the library has, because before I worked there, I had no idea. But we have databases that help you so that if your child wants a subject, you can go to Novelist Plus, which is on our databases, that allows you details as to plots, themes, things that are in the book, so that you can say, hey, you know, that's just definitely not for my family. I want them away. I don't want them to look at that. We are doing everything we can to help limit, you know, this, I don't know the right words. I'm not a very good public speaker. I just felt like I really needed to at least try and stand up for the people I work with, because I know they are good people and they're doing everything they can to be as transparent as they can, within reason. You know, we serve the public, but we have to abide by certain rules too of who and how we can talk about things. If city council wants to talk to any of us or to our boss, the director, or our library board, they're willing. They are. They're not trying to not be open with anybody. I guess, but the reason I would like to see this not stay in effect is I think the library staff deserves the right to be heard beyond who was able to attend tonight, and to show you we're doing what we can, and that we have policies in place that we could tweak maybe, you know, to satisfy both your needs and the needs of the public and our own. We're part of the public too. We're not evil people. I mean, we're not trying to do anything wrong. We're just trying to serve you, everybody. So I would just ask that you give us some time, talk to us, give us an opportunity to do right to what your needs are, and not just go with some policy that we didn't have a chance to help work on. Thank you.
Your Honor, I rise to the point of personal privilege.
Is there any other public comment?
We have been outnumbered terribly this evening.
There's no other public comment. I'll move on to city council. So, yes.
Yeah, Mayor, Travis Shagat, City Attorney, I was just going to clarify for the council what the motion would be right now. So the item is being reconsidered. So right now, the item on the table is the amendment to the policy manual. So a yes vote would be accepting the amendment as it was proposed, and a no vote would be not accepting the amendment. So.
Okay. Is everybody clear on that? Councilman Ellis?
Yeah, we having discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all the conversation that took place today. That's exactly why I voted yes to reconsideration. You know, it's always good to get input from the public, but One thing I want to bring to the attention tonight is I've lost a lot of sleep over this, just like a lot of you. It has been a very difficult subject matter to talk about. I myself, when I am affronted with something like this, I dig for data. I look for data that can help me understand the problem. And so that's where we've got to this today, is because of some data that I've come up with that looks unbalanced. And so I'm going to stop right there and talk a little bit about, I got 5 children. I've got one daughter that was a reader. And when she was in 4th grade, and I know it's under the age limit, but back then it was totally fine for her to walk the 3 blocks from my house and spend the day there by herself, perusing the library, finding books to read and reading them, and then bringing them home a full stack at the end of the day. I'm afraid I can't do that today, at least at the Fremont Library. From the data I'm finding, our library has got a very skewed, unbalanced library books. And so that's where I started looking. Why do we have that? And when we get this statement from the Nebraska Library Association that says, you know, individual ideology will become the primary determinant of the library's organization system, resulting in censorship by few or for the many. I believe we already have that censorship, because right now the selection process for picking books that come into our library is done by one person, 2 persons at max, 3 at max. But those individuals are selecting books that they want in our library and not selecting other books. So when that's the case, is that book banning? Is that censorship by not selecting those books that come into our library? So again, this is not a beat up on the library. As it was explained to me, that the most of the staff is not involved in the selection process. That's where I believe we, as a council, need to come up with another solution to help balance this out. This became a problem because I believe our books that are in our library are unbalanced. And that caused individuals within our community to go, hey, what's going on here? All they did was ask a question. And that's what I'm asking is, what's going on? Why is it so unbalanced compared? Again, I'm a data analyst. Why are we different than the city down the street? Why are we different from most of the other libraries in Nebraska? If you look at the data that shows the type of books, and again, it's a very easy process for anyone to do. Most of these libraries use the same software, the same web pages. So you pick a topic, you go to one library, you search, how many books do we have in there? I narrowed my vision down to simply books, not ebooks, not anything. I just wanted a very simple process of ebook or books. And frankly, I was shocked at what I saw. You know, I have about 10 to 11, 12 different cities that have data of what kind of books and what kind of books that are not there. And that was just shocking to me. And so I think, again, just like I offered Councilman Gannon, we need to pump the brakes. We need to stop and say, what's going on here? Let's get together a task force or something that we can come together and find out, look at some data. Let's go get our own data, look at some data to make sure that we have a balanced library, that those books that I can feel comfortable sending my daughter to a Columbus library, but I can't a Fremont library. Why is that? So I think that is the issue we have to look at, is the amount of books we have in certain subjects. And again, I am not about censoring. It's just, I believe the solution here is going to be to limit our books, because we have a very limited staff, a limited shelf. That doesn't mean we have to have every book that's ever published there. There's books that aren't making our shelves right now because they're not getting selected. So I believe the solution here is not this. This is a stopgap measure. But the solution is to come up with a task force that can be put together to evaluate our books that are in the library and to make modifications to our selection process so that it can become a more even library. Thank you.
Councilman Vaughn.
Yes, I have an 8-year-old daughter and I also have an 11-year-old son. And both of them have been taken by me or my wife, mostly my wife, to the library at least a dozen times a year, mostly in the summer, since before they could even read. And they have continued to go, and they love going there. And what we do is this process where we walk around with them and help them select what books they're going to check out and read. It's an amazing process. I would encourage some other folks to check into it. It's called parental accountability. And I'm lost on this. I don't understand why we're up here still talking about this.
Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, Councilman Ellis would like to speak on some numbers. I've got a few for you. In the children's side, there's like 85, and I'm sure Linda will fix me if I'm quoting her wrong, 8,500 books in the children's side, and the percentage that amounts to sex or LGBTQ, less than 1%. There's 8,200 books in the children's side, picture books for the young children. And just any picturing that might even be slightly considered sexual nature, less than 20 total. You say the library is not balanced. I say it's very balanced. And it is a public library. A book doesn't have to make win a popularity contest in order to be included. The library is in charge with providing material for the whole of the library. Sometimes the 80% has got to speak up for the 20%. And that's what I'm going to do here. I know there's going to be other comment, but I want to put the motion on the table to remove this amendment from the library.
Okay, Councilwoman Lathrop.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank the library staff. You have been under a lot of scrutiny lately, and that is a lot of pressure. I also want to thank the library board. I served on the planning commission, and I know that not everybody likes you. And so, but thank you for everything you're doing. Secondly, I'm gonna kind of go off topic a little bit here. I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but you have all kinds of children out there, and some of those children don't even attend the library. They don't even go to the library. They don't read books. Somehow they find this information out, and those children share with other children. And we are not putting those children in a separate room. It is the parents' responsibility that if they don't like what those other children are saying, they maybe don't let their children play with them or hang out with them. And I just think it's very similar with the books. You know, you can't put them in a separate room. If you don't like the book, don't check it out. And that's bottom line for me.
Councilman Von Baeren.
Yeah, I don't want to drag this out. This is, we've thoroughly hashed this through, but I'd like to explain a couple of things. First of all, I had no intention of surprising the library with this. I struggled with that amendment up until almost before the meeting, till the last minute, trying to decide whether to make a motion. What I think I heard with the meeting with the library board and the staff was the library has three functions. First of all, it is selection, it's screening the books, and then it's display. From what I understand, if I understood correctly, 70% of the books, what we do is we select 70% of the books from the American Library Association's recommended list. And that, okay, so that may not be correct. So, but the point of it is, however it's done, I think Laura made the statement that she doesn't have the bandwidth to monitor purchases. So Understand, but first of all, so in the selection process, do we have a defined process for selecting books? Screening before the display, maybe there is, but clearly in the case that brought all of this to a head, it was not screened because it was not supposed to be where it was, even if it was misplaced or whatever. The third problem was the display. If that is in fact just a matter of the Dewey Decimal System, basically what it's saying is that we don't have a consistent, coherent method of putting those books in display. It's a little bit what Councilman Ellis was referring to. We don't have a coherent, structured process. The other thing that happens is we almost smiled during this conversation because when I mentioned that there's really no voice from the public in any of those, well, we have the library board. Yes, and that's true. And I have no problem with anybody that's on the board, certainly. But the nature of boards, they are there to defend and protect the organization. And we all basically smile at that. Everybody in here who's been on a board understands that. So it makes it harder for the public to penetrate that barrier. What I'm suggesting is, and I've told a number of people this, I would gladly withdraw that amendment if there were some other alternative. But what I heard from the library and the library board that day for every suggestion was, no, we can't do that. Everything was already set in stone. The library was set in doing it as the board had prescribed and their policy had prescribed. But yet we've got this uproar, and deserved or not, it clearly indicates that not all the public feels represented. So what I'm suggesting, and I didn't really confer with Councilman Ellis on this, but we're thinking along the same line. I've seen some of that same data that's from a couple of other sources that looks like we have, at least there's a valid question of how balanced our library selection process is. What I would suggest that would settle this whole thing down would be if we would, whether it's a task force or a method, I think all the public is really looking for here is a consistent, definable process. And the key to it is it has to be transparent. It has to be measurable. So for example, what's the best way to demonstrate to the public that you have a balanced book selection? What's the best way to demonstrate to the public that those books are in fact screened and displayed correctly? You understand what, we don't need to beat this up. But I think that's really the issue here. The public doesn't see a defined process, and maybe there is one, and it might just be a matter of your bringing that forward, putting it in defined terms, and just explaining to the public how they can understand what's going on. That's really the issue here. This amendment, I realize, is stopgap. That wasn't intended to be a solution. But given what I had heard back from the library, it was the only way for the public to have any level of input. And I think we can put that to rest if there's just some thought and effort put into this. So that's my 2 cents. I simply just want to see this settled in some way that satisfies all members of the public, not just people that we have chosen now to call radicals. So appreciate your time, and thanks so much for your comments and for your patience. We do listen.
Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Ganem. Try again.
I'll try that once again. And we've all listened to a number of issues come up, and certainly people's feelings. And I know we wanted, as Councilman Ellis said, a debate. Listening to everyone, there really isn't a debate about it. You're either against or for. I mean, that's just the way it is. And we're listening to what I'm hearing is parents feel like they have no control. Yes, they're supposed to be controlling their child, and yes, they have input on what they have, but they feel they don't have control on what their child could possibly see in the library if something has been misplaced or something is wrong. On the other hand, our staff and library volunteers have really been put in the hot seat, so to speak. And I'm sure the library board had never a vision of the spots that they've been put in. I mean, it's really high pressure at this point. So I know we're talking about staff gaps. Parents want to be heard. And library certainly needs to have input. And we all feel we want to have at least some input and be heard. So I'm going to propose an amendment that, with the spirit of what Councilman Von Baron said, bringing forward, and the idea that parents don't feel as though they have any input, I'd like to recommend that we continue with some type of amendment. Any parent or legal guardian having a child age 11 or under may, upon written request, have a specific book removed from the children's section. Within 15 working days of the written request, the library director will review the request and determine whether she agrees or disagrees with the request. If she agrees with the request, the book will be removed to an appropriate section. And I used appropriate section because adult section may not be the appropriate section. And we're going to be having an older children's section. If she disagrees, the library board at its next meeting will decide that the removed book remains in the children's section or returns to the children's section, or remains in the move section if it's been moved. Let me read, sort of, yes, I do. With some changes here, I'll have to rewrite it, sorry.
Well, we do have a motion on
So-
the table.
Yeah, I'm
But we
getting
have-
there.
no, We
Yep.
can't. Sorry, that's down the line. We have to vote on yay or nay for his, right? Okay,
Okay,
and
so
looking at, okay. And it's voted down, then we're doing a yes or no. Okay,
there's a motion on the floor from Councilman Jensen at this moment, so to remove the amendment. It needs a second. So I mean, that's what we got to deal with first.
okay.
That was at this point.
We're reconsidering right now.
Okay.
Tackle that before we say.
So the amendment right now, we're reconsidering the amendment
Proposed by Councilman.
proposed by Councilman Von Baron. And so that we haven't had a vote to actually do that.
Right.
So we have to have a vote to do that
Right.
first.
And so a yes vote would be reapproving that amendment. A no vote would be removing the amendment. Right, it would be not adopting it, so yes.
Councilman Vaughn,
So if I understand correctly, Councilman Jensen's motion is to rescind the amendment in its entirety. And if I understand that correctly, I will second that motion. No?
No.
Yeah.
We're dealing right now with the reconsideration of the motion of Councilmember Von Baron with his amendment. So a yes vote would approve Councilmember Von Baron's amendment. A no vote would not approve his amendment.
The original one.
Okay. So just if we go back to when we went through this, there was a motion to approve the amendment by Councilman Von Baron. It was seconded. There was a vote. So we're right back there again. right?
Reconsidering that, yes.
So you're reconsidering that's that motion. So the motion would be that's the same motion. It's either yes or no,
Right.
right?
So Councilman Von Baron, I assume would reintroduce that motion, and I don't know who seconded it.
I don't have.
So I legal, I want to follow the right process here. So
Yep.
you just need to,
Yep, I'm trying to find out who's second. Well, that's the motion on the floor. We could take any other second to it.
okay,
So he's got this motion on the floor already. They're just waiting for a second. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
okay, is everybody clear? So Councilman Von Baron's initial motion is on the floor. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Councilman Ellis. So just repeat again what a yes and a no vote is at this
Yes,
point.
so a yes vote would be adopting, again, Councilmember Von Baron's amendment to the policy manual. A no vote would not be adopting that amendment to bring the policy manual back to what it was before the amendment was made.
Okay, okay, cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-6.
Is there, what else?
And so now council can make, we have to take a final action on the policy manual itself. So council can propose other amendments or approve the policy manual.
Okay, Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve as stated.
Councilman Vaughn,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-3.
Okay, the time is 10:30. We'll take a 5-minute quick recess.
Yeah. I don't always, I'm not proud of it when I walk away and I see something educatedly written and then I'm like.
Yeah, new business. We'll get through those.
Yeah.
I didn't follow mine at all. Linda, I'm going. Guys. Yeah. Yeah. So what I decided is I would like to request. I'm not getting some radical topics of 4,000. So that way we're more balanced.
All right, if the city council could go ahead and we're gonna get started again, so. Oh. All right. We're gonna get started, so, all right, we're gonna go back into new business. Item 21 is resolution 2023-063 to authorize execution of a lease agreement with Midland University for Memorial Fields Complex. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. I didn't realize that. We'll wait for staff report. We'll give Councilman Von Baron a minute.
I've been swimming as long.
All right, we're on item 21. We'll have the staff report, so.
Nick Hansen, Director of Parks and Recreation. Before we move forward, I would like to, it was pointed out on resolution of the 2023-063 There was an error for the resolution. We would like to amend a new resolution. If we can.
Do you
bring
want
that
to
new-
receive it on the record, a new resolution?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have copies of it or you just have the one copy? Is it a small change or is it
Yep,
a?
it's just basically changing a
So I would just say you just make a recommendation. We amend the resolution and we can do that. So do your report and you can give us the change. Okay.
Yep, so Midland University approached us here about 8 months ago. A possibility of maybe leasing the Memorial Field complex. There was an exhibit there that kind of shows what the Memorial Field complex would be located at. Midland would move from Christensen Field 2, which they are currently now, to after their spring of 2023. Midland would then lease Memorial Field. This would obviously help them grow in their future athletics possibility in that area. Midland then would have access, exclusive rights to that Memorial Field area. And this would then allow us to then have our 4-field complex back at Christensen Field. This also helps with the other lease coming up with Nighthawks. There has to be a couple parties to make sure the leases happen because the Nighthawks were also at Memorial Field, or their Lady Hawks, their softball team, which then would move out to Christensen Field. So I will take questions on this one.
Okay.
If any questions.
And then what? Okay. Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, that was just going to be my question. What is the amendment that you need to add?
Okay. We need to add, basically for Midland University needs to be amended into the now therefore to be resolved. The lease of Midland University will be accepted and the mayor and city council will be authorized to enter into this contract.
The lease with Midland University, not Fremont Nighthawks.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. Any comments from the public on this item? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no additional comments, I'll make the required amendment that we change the name and then now therefore be a resolved statement, change the Fremont Nighthawks to Midland University.
Okay. Is there a second to amend the resolution, Councilman Sukram?
I will second that.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, I would take a motion to approve the resolution as amended. Councilman Vaughn?
So moved.
Councilman Sukram?
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on to item 22 is resolution 2023-055 to authorize execution of a lease agreement with the Nighthawks Incorporation Organization for non-exclusive rights to Christensen Fields 1 through 4 and Clemens Field Monday through Sunday. Of staff report.
Nick Hansen, Director of Parks and Rec. Basically, this one with the Nighthawks would be leasing the Christensen ball fields 1 through 4 and then Clemens Field. This agreement would help them grow the Nighthawks organization, help improve their designated fields. The city of Fremont approached Nighthawks to see if the organization would like to absorb our Parks and Rec youth baseball also. This would allow them with the extra space in Christensen Field to help us. And Nighthawks are a 501(c)(3). It's a non-exclusive lease, 5-year term. The non-exclusive allows public still to be able to get back onto those fields. They will get us a schedule. And they will be charged about $100 per team per season. We're expected about 38 teams for the Nighthawks this year. If they need to have 42 teams, if it grows, then it would be 42 teams at $100 a team. I'll take questions.
Okay, Councilman Dinkins.
Just a question on the lease agreement on city maintenance responsibilities, number 2. It says, so the city, maybe I'm misunderstanding, city will provide and schedule the practice times. The city does that?
The city will actually bring, repeat that question on that one.
Number 2 on the city maintenance responsibilities says provide and schedule practice times for teams playing in operators league.
There we go. Yes, if it's in our league, we would actually then schedule those times. But we don't schedule the Nighthawks times.
Okay. Anything else, Councilman Dinkins, on that? Okay, Councilman Ellis.
And just to be clear, the city still does maintenance on those. That's why the price is a little bit different than Midland.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep, Midland is an exclusive rights. This one is a non-exclusive.
So Midland will be maintaining those 2 fields that they're taking over. Fremont will still remain taking Christian.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, any comments from the public on this item? Seeing no comments, any additional comments from council, or I would take a motion. Councilman Sukram.
I'll make the motion for resolution 23-055.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, item 23 is resolution 2023-062, authorizing execution of a lease agreement with the Rebels Incorporation organization for Ronan baseball field. Go ahead.
Yep, Dick Hanson, Parks and Rec Director. Basically, this is the last lease. The Rebels organization approached us regarding leasing Ronan baseball field. They would be leasing this one for a designated field for their organization. Rebels is basically a branch off of the Nighthawks. They have roughly about 4 to 5 teams. That's why they approached us to try to find a designated area, because it's not easy to find fields all the time. This would allow us to give them an opportunity to help grow their organization, and it helps improve our road and field area. They're a 501, they just became a 501(c) organization. We've reviewed this lease agreement. It's kind of the same as Nighthawks. It's a non-exclusive for a 5-year term. The Rebels organization will also be charged that $100 per team per season. This is kind of a set base into our organizations to keep it as clean as possible. And I will take any questions.
All right. Any questions on this item? Okay, comments from the public? Seeing none, additional comments from council or a motion on this item? Councilwoman Ganem.
I'll move to approve resolution 2023-062.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, item 24 is a resolution 2023-064 approving a 0.040 cent levy set forth by the Dodge County Fire Protection Municipal Finance Organization and appointing council member Sally Ganem to serve on the board of directors of the Dodge County Fire Protection Mutual Finance Organization. Go ahead, Chief Burnt.
Todd Burnt, Fire Chief. Back in August of 2021, at a meeting of the Dodge County Mutual Aid Association, and that association is made up of Dodge County, the fire departments in Dodge County. We started discussing forming or creating a MFO, a mutual finance organization at that time, and looking at other ways of getting some additional funding from the state. At that time, we agreed to start doing a little bit of research into it. There was a lot of questions that brought up from all the fire departments moving forward. And there's about 40 MFOs actually in the state right now. So this will be another MFO. MFOs were established in 1998. There's actually state statutes that tell you how to create a MFO, who can be a part of it, how the money is distributed and stuff like that. We've been working on this for about 1.5 years, but just recently in the last 2 months, we've actually been having some formal meetings. The first one was January in Scribner, where we had a lot of the rural board members from the fire protection district, some city council members, board members. We met in Scribner Fire Station. At that time, we discussed MFOs to try to get fire boards, city council people, board people on board and try to explain to them what an MFO was. It was agreed upon at that time to sort of move forward and also to start appointing members to the board of directors. At the February meeting, which was in Fremont, all the entities were there. We sort of agreed to a common levy. And it was agreed upon that all those entities that were there to go back to the governing boards to approve that levy. An MFO is formed, it's through an interlocal agreement. It's a 3-year agreement. Part of that agreement is all the entities have to agree upon a levy to apply to all their districts. They have to apply the same levy across all the fire board districts, villages, and cities. You can't go higher than that levy, but you can go lower the levy. You can go lower as long as that 1 year of the 3 years you apply that one agreed upon levy. So that's where we are right now. We have a 4 cents levy that we're asking you to approve. What we're doing is allocating 4 cents from our current property tax request. We're not adding 4 cents. So what we're doing is out of our big pot of the property tax is just allocating 4 cents. We're not approving adding additional 4 cents. If you would approve this, we do have another MFO meeting in Hooper next week. There's possibly a chance if you do approve this, there's also a chance of me coming back to you with a different number because it's always going to be dependent on what the other governing boards in the cities and villages and the fire protection districts, if they approve it or not. So if they don't approve it and there's not really, we want to try to get everybody on board on this with all the other fire departments and districts. I may be coming back to you with a different number, possibly the next city council meeting or the one after that. So also, we also want to approve Councilman Ganem to the board of directors. Each of the entities that are members of this will have a board, and then alternate would be our city administrator Sanders being the alternate. I hope I explained this sort of confusing. There's still a little bit of things to be worked out. Also in the backup material, there is a draft of the interlocal agreement that's been looked at by legal. And they said that meets state statute and we're good to go on that. So at some point, once we get the levy thing figured out, I'll probably be coming back to you guys to actually approve this interlocal agreement and actually moving forward with this MFO. Once that MFO is approved, then not only by us, but with all the other entities in this MFO, we can actually start the application process with the state to apply for some of this funding. With some of the calculations that are out there now, it is estimated that the city of Fremont will be getting about 120,000 from the state, and this would be a yearly thing. We would have to apply this yearly. The application process is due September 20th each year. Then it goes through the Treasury, and they actually still have to approve it. Even though we're in an interlocal agreement, it still has to go through the application process and actually be approved. And then if it is approved, there will actually be a couple payment periods. I believe it's in November or May or January, May, but there's actually a couple where they split that payment in half and make that to the MFO. I think with that, I will take questions.
Okay, Councilman Jensen.
Thank you, Chief Brennan. I think you did a good job explaining there. There was a point there I wanted to make sure did not get lost. We talked about this in our Wednesday in our agenda meeting, the mayor and city administrator, myself. This 4 cent levy is not a new tax. This is just reallocating 4 cents from a current levy in a different way. This is not increasing any taxes at all. Is that
Correct.
not correct?
Correct.
That's, and this money, $120,000 is significant for us, but 10,000 for these rurals is kind of a lifeline for them. It's a real line for them. Is that?
Oh, definitely. I mean, right off just by forming an MFO, they get $10,000 yearly. Then along with the regular MFO funding that they get to the state.
Yeah, Councilman Ellis.
So if we're reallocating 4% or 4 cents on the dollar from our normal tax levy to this, doesn't that make a hole in our normal tax levy that we have to?
Jody Sanders, City Administrator. No, it doesn't, because currently we go through this process each year for the outside fire contracts, and we go through a calculation that determines how much of the overall property tax request is applied to the fire department. That amount runs between 800,000 and $1 million a year of property tax that we already levy. This 4 cents per hundred that we're talking about is equal, it fits well within that range. So we really would not be changing the allocation that we actually have for our property tax request to the fire department for this purpose. We already are doing about that much.
I don't see the benefit. If we're just swapping, are we actually going to get $100,000 more a year from the state?
The estimates that I'm seeing is about 120,000. That's going to be based on evaluations. Based on evaluations from all the other cities and villages and fire protection districts, based on how much valuation they got. And there's a certain calculation on what we get. Each MFO can receive up to $300,000 yearly. So, and based on some of those calculations, we'll be pretty much getting that 300,000 for the whole MFO, which would be divvied up between all the fire rule boards and cities and villages.
And that's one of the other things about this is the other fire districts and villages in Dodge County really don't comprise a large enough portion that they can even apply without the city of Fremont being involved. And so it won't have much impact on the city, in the overall budget scheme of things for us, but it means a great deal for the other communities and the other fire districts within Dodge County. Because if for some reason the city decided, no, we're stepping away from this, it's right now, it's my understanding that they wouldn't be able to move forward with this organization. And it would be losing out that opportunity for the smaller fire districts. And because I asked that question at the meeting in Scribner, because I didn't want everybody thinking Fremont's just there to get the money. It's why do we get a big chunk of it, and why are we participating in this?
Councilwoman Gannon.
And basically it's an all or none deal. One can't pull out, because then we wouldn't be an MFO. And so it's an all for one and one for all kind of approach.
I think that there is still some leeway for the other fire districts and cities, because it's a percentage of your population in the county. So if there is one that really would want to step away, they could. But if we step away, the whole thing goes.
To form the MFO, you got to have at least 80% of the population within that MFO.
Okay. Councilman Vaughn.
I just think with the continued support calls and how the other departments and villages around here will come to our aid, mutual aid calls and all that kind of stuff, that if this doesn't really affect us, possibly gets us some more dollars, but can help out those smaller districts, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. So I would make that motion.
And just to let you know, I'll probably be coming forward to you. I mean, if the numbers don't work out for these other communities with another levy number for you guys. And also at some point, once those get figured out, we come back with that official agreement to actually get into that MFO.
Okay. Any comments from the public on this item? Okay, all right. Any additional comments from council? If there are none, there's a motion from Councilman Vaughn. Councilman Sukram.
I'll second it.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 25 is a resolution 2023-065 awarding contract to Old Castle Materials Midwest Company for Lincoln Avenue asphalt overlay.
Good evening, Justin Seiderman, Public Works. This is our sort of annual major overlay project that the department has designed and will be doing the construction management on. If you look at the CIP, it was previously scheduled for 2024 with First Street in 2023. In this current budget cycle, fortunately, First Street was budgeted for $1 million. So the budget does have funds to carry this. And we'll push for First Street up to the top next time. So.
Okay, questions? Councilman Ellis.
So the decision is made, Lincoln needs more work than First Street. And
again, I don't know why that decision was made. If there was a council member that drove it, if it was an internal decision, how
it was done before your time.
All before my time. So
If memory serves, if I could share this, my understanding was we didn't want to have First Street torn up at the same time we have the Bell Street Viaduct torn up.
That makes sense.
Because First Street would be one of the avenues to get traffic through that area.
It's going to need the repairs after the Bell Street gets fixed.
It's not going to help. Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, comments from the public on this item? Okay, seeing none, additional comments from council, or I'd take a motion. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2023-065.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Vaughn.
I will second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 26 is resolution 2023-066 authorizing additional stop signs for northbound, southbound traffic at intersections along East and West 19th Street from Summers Avenue to Luther Road.
So this is kind of a continuation of some stop sign work that we did, I guess in December, probably. At that time, the question was come up of should we just kind of mirror what 16th Street is and put stop signs all the way along 19th. It will do a good job of fitting in with the goal of that being the shared path, shared use bike lane to connect East and West Fremont, however that ends up being constructed. And so this will kind of help us get moving in that direction and then also provide more safety for intersections where we just don't have it clearly marked who has the right of way.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councilman Von Baron.
No, just thanks for updating this. That's appreciated.
Welcome. Okay. All right, thank you. Any comments from the public on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'd take a motion if there's no other comments. Councilman Von Baron.
Move to approve.
Councilman Vaughn. Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I take a motion to adjourn. Oh, what? No. It's okay, you're tired, Travis. All right, Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to adjourn.
All right, Councilwoman Ganem.
I'll second that one.
All right. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
I am. I believe that was KETV. I think that was what they were. That was up, bro.